At any time. The committee meets today to consider H.R. 4563, the American Confidence in Elections Act. As required by House rules, a copy of the measure has been made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. The Americans' Confidence in Election Act, or the ACE Act, is the most conservative election integrity bill to be seriously considered in the House in a generation. Unlike Democrats' election bill last Congress, our ACE Act has gone through regular order and has been drafted in the open. The substantive text has been publicly available for months prior to this markup. We've held 9 hearings, 2 public roundtables on this topic in Congress with 42 witnesses. I'm proud of the work that we've done leading up to the introduction of the ACE Act. We've worked with state and local officials to ensure they have the tools they need to conduct free, fair, and secure elections. We've worked with members across the House Republican Conference to incorporate nearly 50 standalone election integrity bills. Most importantly, we've listened to the American people, Republicans and Democrats, to address the concerns about faith in our elections. This week, we held a field hearing in Atlanta, Georgia, a state that has implemented common sense election integrity reforms. 2 years ago, Georgia implemented their election integrity reform with SB 202. The left was relentless in attacking the bill. But those narratives were ultimately proved false. The data shows voter participation increased under the new law. Georgia experienced record midterm turnout in 2022. The left is still falsely claiming election integrity leads to voter suppression. They're now attacking the ACE Act. The ACE Act equips states with tools to implement common sense election integrity reforms. It strengthens elections in D.C., and it protects Americans' First Amendment rights. Some of the most important provisions include making it easier for states to conform citizenship on photo voter ID, giving states access to tools to maintain accurate voter lists, preventing federal funds from going to states that allow citizens, non-citizens, to vote, closing loopholes foreign actors are exploiting to influence U.S. elections, and prohibiting federal agencies from engaging in political activities and targeting Americans based on their political beliefs. Over the past 20 years, voters on both sides of the aisle have lost faith in our elections. When American voters are more confident, they're more likely to participate. We're prepared to fight against false narratives and secure our elections. I'll now recognize Ranking Member Mr. Morelli for 5 minutes for the purpose of offering an opening statement.
Good afternoon. Thank you to Chairman Stile for welcoming us today, and thanks for your indulgence as I rushed over from an appropriations markup. I am hopeful that this meeting today will be the committee's final time catering to the demands of election deniers. I'm hopeful that once we are through with this anti-voter exercise, my majority colleagues will feel liberated, finally, to put unfounded bogus claims of voter fraud and the lack of election integrity behind them. This bill, what the majority is calling the American Confidence in Elections Act, is really nothing of the sort. It will do nothing to increase voter access to the ballot, which, in my view, ought to be our primary goal and objective, nor will it make Americans feel any more confident that Congress is addressing the real threat to the health of our republic. Former President Trump and his supporters, who have spent years now undermining the strength of our democratic institutions. The bill is unfair, undemocratic, and un-American. As the Washington Post has said, this bill will open up the spigots of dark money nationwide and make voting more difficult. Like many state-based anti-voter bills, which we've seen in recent years, which are nakedly partisan power grabs masquerading as election integrity, to borrow another phrase from the Washington Post, ACE Act provisions appear to have been concocted in a voter suppression laboratory with election deniers like two-time committee witness Hans von Spakovsky and Cleta Mitchell, former President Trump's lawyer, who has been drafting suppressive voting laws around the country, performing the roles of mad scientists determined to unleash this anti-democracy monster on the American public. Today, House Democrats will see what we can do to make this legislation more palatable to our democratic institutions and to the American public. I plan on offering, along with my colleagues, dozens of amendments. I hope each can be meaningfully considered by this committee. But at the end of the day, the anti-voter, pro-dark money ACE Act is fatally flawed. And while Americans can take solace from the fact that this bill will never become law, I again urge my colleagues to work in partnership with our side of the aisle to achieve the dream of full electoral participation for all Americans. I want to note, Mr. Chairman, we've enjoyed working with your terrific staff, and I mean that sincerely. The process for this markup, however, has caused some confusion. The notice provided for electronic pre-filing of amendments and for any amendment filed after the deadline and requirement to deliver 25 copies of the amendment to 1309 Longworth House Office Building. In conflict with the notice, we were advised to deliver 25 copies of pre-filed amendments. And before I yield back, I would just like to raise a parliamentary inquiry. What is the basis in the committee house rules to acquire the hard copy delivery of pre-filed amendments? And with that, I'll yield back and wait for your answer.
Under Rule 20 of the committee's rules, it allows the chairman to set the regulations as needed for the amendments. Any further parliamentary inquiry?
Well, I just want to note that that's contrary to the notice that went out, which indicated that we would not have to have, and frankly, you know, in an environment where we're worried about paper supplies and trying to make sure we're conserving both dollars and trees, seemed to me that was unwarranted.
Your comments are taken into consideration, and apologize for the difficulty it may have posed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You yield back?
I do, sir.
Yep, very good. Without objection, the opening statements of all other members will be included in the record if they're provided to the clerk of the committee by noon tomorrow. The clerk will please report the bill.
H.R. 4563, a bill to promote election integrity, voter confidence, and faith in elections by removing federal impediments.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Also without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Mr. Stile of Wisconsin. Strike
Without
all.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute is considered as read and will be considered as original text for the purpose of further amendment. This amendment makes technical and conforming changes and tweaks. Do any members wish to be recognized? There we go.
No. This is just on the technical amendment. May I just ask for clarification? This is simply on adopting the amendment in the nature of a substitute. We'll be able.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee report H.R. 4563
Wait.
favorably to the House as amended.
No, I'm sorry. I have an amendment at the desk.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I reserve
I
a
thought
point
this
of
was an
order.
amendment in the nature of a substitute. I'm sorry.
We brought it forward, and it's considered as original text.
That means for the purposes of amendment.
Yeah.
He offered a recognition member. He offered a recognition member, the member didn't speak up, and some members didn't
No,
speak.
we'll allow. We're not gonna. We'll start off. I got
The
you.
amendment was
I
not
thought it was.
adopted.
I got you.
What do you think you were doing? There was no vote, there was no voice vote, there was no recorded vote. You knew what you were doing.
We'll allow.
I understand. I'll,
No.
got it.
Trying to be functional. Here.
Yep, gotcha.
You have to adopt the ANS before you report the bill.
You yield back.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do have a,
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Got it. Okay, good. Well, you're the one that, yeah, you don't want to.
Don't open it back up.
Let sleepy dogs lie.
The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563 offered by Mr. Morelli
Without
of New York.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to advance this amendment. The amendment is the Freedom to Vote Act. We believe, as I indicated in my opening statement, and as I've said through repeated meetings of this committee, that our freedoms are under attack. The freedom to make your own health care decisions, most critically, the freedom to those who choose. Freedom from fear, where our school children have routine active shooter drills and extremists in Congress simply say, oh, well, we'll pass along our prayers and good wishes. Even the freedom to read what you want, with the bans on books increasing at a rapid pace paralleling the mid-20th century. This amendment is about protecting the most fundamental of those freedoms, the freedom to vote. This year, state legislatures have passed a near-record number of new restrictive voting laws. The Supreme Court found multiple congressional maps racially gerrymandered, and violent threats against election workers and officials remain a constant peril. This amendment will protect the most basic and fundamental freedoms. For example, the amendment will expand automatic voter registration and same-day registration now allowed in 22 states and in Washington, D.C. Set a national standard for no-excuse vote by mail for every eligible voter. Protect the integrity of our voter registration list by prohibiting unlawful and faulty voter purges. Expand early voting by requiring states to offer early voting at least 2 weeks prior to Election Day. Protects access to the ballot for individuals with different physical abilities. Makes Election Day a national holiday. And prevent enemies, foreign and domestic, from subverting the will of voters by restricting the politicized removal of election officials and cracking down on foreign influence in our politics. The freedom to vote is freedom for everyone. As a son of a community that holds as hallowed two famous Rochesterians, two famous Americans, Frederick Douglass and Susan B. Anthony, who dedicated their lives to expanding the franchise, expanding the right for all Americans to vote. I feel incredibly strongly about the freedom to vote and the expansion of voting, which is the most basic freedom that we hold. This amendment guarantees just that, and I urge its adoption. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? For what purposes does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Today, we are taking up a bill, the ACE Act, that would suppress vote versus allowing people to vote more freely. I want to encourage my colleagues to support the amendment at the table, the Freedom to Vote Act. This amendment would address the state's efforts to silence and suppress voters by setting national standards for ballot access. Without a doubt, we're at a great inflection point in our nation's history. Today's markup of the ACE Act makes that plainly clear. Instead of promoting access, the ACE Act makes voting more difficult. We know that voter suppression and discrimination are alive and well. Last month was the 10th anniversary of the Supreme Court's devastating decision in Shelby versus Holder, which undermined the essential pre-clearance provisions of the Voting Rights Act. Immediately after the decision, states across this nation enacted laws to purge voter rolls, to close polling stations without notice, and to restrict voter access. Many of these laws targeted communities of color, the disabled, and youth. Likewise, as the chairman knows well, we saw unprecedented voter turnout in the 2020 election. Rather than responding to increased voter participation with welcoming arms and pro-voter policies, states enacted laws that roll back access and aimed to erect roadblocks to the ballot box. That trend continues this year. In the first half of 2023, 11 states, including my own, enacted 13 state laws that restrict access to the ballot box. It is our duty and firmly within our constitutional powers as a Congress to protect the rights of voters and ensure equal access to the franchise. This amendment does just that. It sets nationwide standards for access to early voting, promotes voter registration through automatic voter registration, same-day voter registration, and online voter registration. It gives every voter access to no-excuse absentee balloting. It protects the security of our election infrastructure and election workers, among other provisions. Our esteemed late colleague, John Lewis, once said that ours is a struggle of a lifetime, the fight for voting rights. It's not just a fight for one day, 1 hour, 1 week. It is truly a fight of a lifetime. Today is our opportunity to do our part in this fight for voting rights. I support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, the American Confidence in Elections Act is designed to provide states with the tools that they need to identify best practices as they relate to elections, implement those best practices at home, ensure that the elections they are conducting are secure, accurate, and efficient. However, we recognize that our Constitution gives primary responsibility for the administration of elections to the state. The American Confidence in Election Act recognizes this principle, and it recognizes the role that Congress can and should have in being a resource, in providing states with these tools, regulating that which is appropriate, however, also leaving to states what is their constitutionally identified role as to elections. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would federalize, would bring to Congress a number of matters that are squarely left to states to determine and design. The government closest to the people is best to serve its needs, and our states are the ones who should be deciding specific policies, specific procedures, and practices that they will implement and utilize. This amendment does the opposite and brings to Congress to regulate the types of election administration practices that do not belong here. For that reason, Mr. Chairman, I speak in opposition to this amendment and would suggest that it should not be voted upon favorably. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the course of working on this piece of legislation that we have before us here, we had a total of 9 hearings and 2 public roundtables. That's significant. That was a lot of work that went into this. There was a lot of hearings. There was a lot of discussion. 224 pages. However, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle quite often expressed that they're concerned that we were having too many hearings on this bill. However, they come in with 600 plus pages, let's see, 618 pages that they're ready to pass now without any consideration whatsoever. As I've said before in other hearings, transparency and accountability are important to the American people. We have been very transparent. And this sets up a set of accountabilities for elections across the nation so that Americans can feel confident in their elections. So, Mr. Chairman, I oppose the massive amendment that is sitting on our desk, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentleman from Florida insist on her point of order?
No, Mr. Chairman, it is withdrawn.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Mr. Morelli. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is ordered, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
Aye.
Mr. Stile votes
Okay.
aye.
Sorry.
Votes nay. Mr. Loudermilk?
Hey, I was,
Thought for a minute I
look at
had
this,
you.
look at that bipartisanship. I thought I'd just test to see if everybody was awake. No.
Mr. Loudermilk? No. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Diaz-Pasito?
No.
Mr. Diaz-Pasito votes no. Mr. Carey?
No.
Mr. Carey votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell?
Aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres? Mr. Griffith, Ms. Bice, Mr. Kilmer, and Ms. Torres.
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 2 ayes and 6 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Do any other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Wait, I gotta read this one first.
How do they know which amendment we have to give
The clerk will please distribute the amendment.
I'm giving you the script and the amendment every time.
to them?
They're going to give one of the 25, there's 24 more, but you always have the amendment that you're calling out.
No, I know, but do they always know which amendment? Okay, that's all. Got it. Okay, that's good.
The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to H.R. 4563 offered by Mr. Morelli from New York, insert after
Without
section.
objection, for the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is the Stopping Another Non-Truthful Office Seeker, or the Santos Act. This act amends the Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971, will require any candidate for the United States Congress to file additional information about their educational background, military service, and employment history. I don't think I need to remind anyone in this body that Representative Santos has acknowledged lying about his education and employment while running for the House of Representatives. Indeed, he confirmed the New York Times story reporting on his lying about his educational and work history. More than that, he misled voters about his entire biography and resume, including religion, family history, education, and professional experience, most notably lying about graduating from Baruch College, having Jewish grandparents, working at Citigroup, losing employees in the Pulse nightclub shooting, and running an animal charity. Mr. Santos, however, is not alone in misleading voters. Former Republican U.S. Senate candidate from Georgia, Herschel Walker's campaign falsely claimed he graduated from the University of Georgia, and Representative Andy Ogle said that he was mistaken when he, quote-unquote mistaken, when he said he graduated with an international relations degree after a local news outlet raised questions over whether he had embellished his education. This is essentially disclosure. This will allow the American public to make judgments based on what a candidate has to acknowledge about their background, and this will allow voters to be better informed when it comes to decision-making on Election Day. With that, I yield back, sir.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I would assert that the amendment is not germane. It adds a criminal penalty which falls within the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee.
I agree. The amendment is not germane.
It amends to the United States Code.
Do any other members seek recognition?
Yes. Did you make a ruling? I'm sorry. You
It is
ruled.
not germane.
I
Correct.
would make a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman, is recognized.
I move to lay the appeal on the table.
The question is on the motion to table. The motion is not debatable. As many of us are in favor of the motion to table, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I'd ask for a recorded vote, sir.
The question is on the motion to table. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
Aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Aye. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Aye. Dr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Aye. Mr. Carey votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Pasito? Aye. Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Sewell? No. Ms. Sewell votes no. Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice? Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres?
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 6 ayes and 2 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Do any other members seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
I guess we're rolling into the next one. It's the same thing. Shall withdraw the other? Oh, okay. Oh,
Clerk will please report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563 offered by Mr. Morelli from New York. Insert.
you didn't know.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another in a series relative to stopping another non-truthful office seeker or Santos Act. This one relating to requiring U.S. congressional candidates to file additional information about their military service, if any. As I indicated, we are growing increasingly alarmed and concerned about information that candidates posit during a campaign. What we would seek to do is have them at least disclose significant and vital pieces of information which will certainly be important, if not dispositive to voters when they go to the polls, to make sure that there is at least disclosure of claims that they're making under federal law. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Lee.
point of order. The amendment is not germane. It adds a criminal penalty which falls within the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee.
I agree the amendment is not germane.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for appeal of the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I move to lay the amendment on the appeal on the table.
The question is on the motion to table. The motion is not debatable. As many are in favor of the motion to table signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair is the ayes have it.
I would request a recorded vote.
The question is on the motion to table. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
Aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice? Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes no. Ms. Torres?
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 6 ayes and 3 noes.
The motion to table carries. Does any member wish to seek, any other member seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Clerk will please report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563 offered by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, add that the appropriate plain.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment. I'm sorry. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Millions of Americans are given only a single day to vote, Tuesday. I should know because my home state of Alabama is one of them. Actually, there are only 4 states that don't have early voting. Having only one day to vote means that if you have errands to run, if you have a job that doesn't give you time off, it makes it really difficult to vote. This amendment is very common sense. It would require states to provide at least 14 days of early voting for a period of consecutive days, including weekends, beginning on the 15th day before the date of the election and even earlier at the option of states. It also provides flexibility for vote by mail and small jurisdictions. This, along with other measures like absentee voting and same-day voter registration, will help ensure that every voter has a chance to vote when it is possible for them, either by mail, before Election Day at the polls, or on Election Day at the polls. The amendment tasks the EAC with developing standards for early voting compliance. In-person voting, early voting, and absentee voting have administrative benefits. They ease congestion on Election Day. They lead to shorter lines, improve poll worker performance, and improve voter satisfaction. They also allow for early corrections of registration errors and voting system glitches. States have proven that early voting works to meet voters' needs. 46 states, Mr. Chairman, and the District of Columbia have early voting, with the average length of that early voting being 20 days. Early voting works for diverse populations of voters, and that's why it's being under attack. Protecting early voting protects the franchise for everyone. That's precisely why it's dangerous to not have early voting. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to get into some good trouble with me to make sure that every state has early voting. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman has yielded back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
I do
I'm
not.
sorry, the gentlewoman is recognized. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to be recognized in debate.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. And would just point out that here, too, the overarching goal of the American Confidence in Election Act is to provide states with the tools that they need to improve the integrity and process of their elections while not exceeding the appropriate limits on federal action when it comes to elections in the states, as governed by our Constitution. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would oppose the amendment. I do. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
I do. Mr. Chairman, I would assert here that the amendment is not germane in that it falls within the jurisdiction of the Committee on Education and Workforce.
I agree
Early
that,
voting is our amendment.
I agree that it is not germane.
Well, then you have to say that.
May I ask for clarification, Mr. Chair, on what grounds?
So the part that amends the Higher Education Act is within the jurisdiction of the Higher Education Committee. Does the gentlewoman from Florida seek to be recognized?
No.
No.
Yes, sir.
I agree with the gentlewoman from Florida that it is not germane.
I would appeal, I'm sorry.
I appeal that motion. I submit a motion to appeal that ruling.
The gentlewoman has appealed the ruling of the chair. I move to lay any,
Mr. Chairman, I move to lay the appeal on the table.
thank you. The question is on the motion to table. The motion is not debatable. As many are in favor of the motion to table, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a roll call vote.
The question is on the motion to table. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Stile? Mr. Loudermilk?
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Sewell?
No.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Mr. Kilmer? No. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Ms. Torres? Mr. Stile? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice? Ms. Torres?
So after she reports? No, right now. Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 5 ayes and 3 noes.
The motion is agreed to. Does any member wish to seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, add
Without
at the
objection, the further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Sewell is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, early voting is such a critical tool to give voters access to the polls, and especially working Americans, the freedom to vote at a time of their choosing, and ensure that no American has to choose between their job and their fundamental right to vote. Even if this committee refuses to ensure Americans have a full 2 weeks to exercise their right to vote, we still must act to ensure that every voter has a choice and a chance to vote when it's possible for them. Indeed, while many states offer an early voting period, a substantial number of those states close early voting the Friday before elections, or earlier, meaning that voters miss the opportunity to vote during the weekend just before the election. This amendment would require states to provide at least 10 days of early voting for a period of consecutive days, including weekends, beginning on the 11th day before the election, or even earlier at the option of the states. Although 10 days is only half the nationwide average of early voting periods among the states, it does capture crucial time in the lead up to the election, including 2 weekends. Like the previous previous amendment, this amendment also provides flexibility for vote by mail and small jurisdictions, and tasks the EAC with developing standards for early voting compliance. This, along with other measures like absentee voting and same-day voter registration, will help ensure that every voter has a chance to vote when it is possible for them, either by mail, before Election Day at the polls, or at the polls on Election Day. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
The gentlewoman from Alabama yields back.
I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing none, does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I do. I want to proceed with a point of order. This amendment is not germane. Provisions of the amendment fall within the jurisdiction of the Committee on Education and Workforce.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I agree that, no. I agree, it is not germane.
Mr. Chair, may I, parliamentary inquiry, can the chair describe Rule 10 election jurisdiction for me, for the committee?
So this amendment amends the Higher Education Act, which is not within our jurisdiction.
No, but can you describe what the
Do
jurisdiction
any
is under
other
Rule 10?
members wish to speak on the amendment?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was asking for just clarification of what, describe the Rule 10 elections jurisdiction.
So this committee has jurisdiction over federal elections, but not higher education. That is within that committee. Does the gentleman have a further point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I appeal that ruling.
Mr. Chairman, I move to lay the appeal on the table.
The question is on the motion to table. The motion is not debatable. As many as are in favor of the motion to the table say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
The question is on the motion to table. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Stile? Mr. Loudermilk?
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Sewell?
No.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Mr. Kilmer? No. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Ms. Torres? Mr. Stile? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice? Ms. Torres?
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 5 ayes and 3 noes.
Okay, all right.
The amendment is agreed to. The motion is agreed to. Do any members wish to seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment.
What is this? Yeah, I do.
And then we'll just have to remember whenever they call me back.
The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563 offered by Ms. Sewell of Alabama.
Without
Insert-
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, we must recommit ourselves to the ideal that every American should have a voice in our democracy. Indeed, as a Congress, we must do everything in our power to increase voter participation. I represent Alabama's 7th Congressional District, a district with a long and storied history in this nation for the struggle for free and fair access to the ballot box. My district is also home to Maxwell Air Force Base and countless Alabamians who have proudly served their country in uniform. No one can deny the practical challenges facing our service men and women and their families in exercising the franchise. Indeed, efforts to assist members of the armed services date back to 1864, when President Lincoln issued an order to allow members of the military to return home to cast a ballot if they could not vote absentee according to the laws of their respective states. According to the Federal Voting Assistance Program at the Department of Defense, only 2/3 of military members are registered to vote were registered to vote in 2020, compared with 83% of civilian voters with similar demographics. My straightforward amendment helps further the Federal Voting Assistance Program's strategic plan to provide all servicemen and women the information that they need about the voting process. While three-quarters of active military members are eligible to vote absentee under UCOVA, the remaining quarter of military members voting at home deserve information about the mechanics of how and when and where they can vote. This, to the same extent as colleagues presently served by the Federal Voting Assistance Program. A source of accessible information is particularly important for our younger servicemen and women returning home from deployment. This is a common sense amendment. Mr. Chairman, all I'm asking is that servicemen and women be given the opportunity to have information about voting. This, to me, should be a no-brainer, since what we're talking about is making sure that our service members are on equal par with civilians when it comes to getting the proper information about when, where, and how to go about voting. This simple, straightforward amendment will help provide the information service members need to vote from home so that service members are all similarly situated in the information available to them, and they have the same information according to this process. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Alabama has yielded. Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just highlight the provisions in the American Confidence in Election Act that specifically relate to overseas and military voters to ensure that they know how to vote and that we understand how our current services and systems are serving the men and women who serve our country overseas. Specifically, the American Confidence in Election Act will require the GAO to conduct an analysis of current military voting administration and report findings to Congress to help us understand how ballots currently are being transmitted, how military men and women are accessing and utilizing their voters, whether those resources are sufficient or whether we need to be making any adjustments or changes. We share a common goal that the men and women who serve our country and their families overseas should have access and secure voting available to them, and that is addressed in the current text of the ACE Act. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Is there further debate on the amendment? Hearing none, does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. The point of order is withdrawn.
If not, the question is on the amendment by Ms. Sewell from Alabama. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
But first, I've got to declare that I may rule in your favor, but I doubt it. So, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Now,
I'd like to request a report.
I'm sorry, the nays have it. A roll call vote is ordered. See, I joined right in. You have me so convinced. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. And a roll call vote is ordered, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile? Mr. Loudermilk?
Nay.
Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Stile? Ms. Sewell is not recorded. Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Stile? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice?
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 5 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any other member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Kilmer Amendment 48.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment.
To this committee.
Just come late,
Oh, yeah,
because then you don't know where.
The clerk will please report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Mr. Kilmer of Washington, add at the end.
Without
of the-
objection, for the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. The gentleman is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So currently, when a political campaign runs ads, whether it be on TV or radio, there are disclosure requirements. There's a public file. There's a copy of the ad that is open to the public. There's transparency in the system. That's valuable because you get to know who's paying for the ad. So as we think about how we avoid having foreign actors try to influence our election, when they have to put their name on it, it makes it a lot harder. Here's the problem. We have seen more and more political spending migrate into the online arena. And right now, there are not disclosure requirements for internet-based advertisement. Foreign interference in our elections is a real concern, and we know that digital platforms are being used in this regard. And the anonymity of the internet makes that far more possible. So we got to do something about that, and that is why I introduced a bill called the Honest Ads Act. It is bipartisan legislation that I led with Representative Mike Gallagher. It is bicameral. It's a bill that is Senator Klobuchar and Lindsey Graham in the Senate. And in a nutshell, it just seeks to fortify our system against foreign interference in our elections and to augment some of the transparency of online political ads. Simply put, foreign entities should not have the power to buy online ads that can sway American elections. This is a giant loophole that we ought to close, and that's frankly why it has been bipartisan. So let me just talk quickly about what this amendment does. This amendment would empower the Federal Election Commission to require disclosure for online ads, just like we already do for traditional media outlets like TV and radio and satellite. And the objective here is to peel back that layer of anonymity and expose who is funding these online ads, and importantly, just to block foreign actors from purchasing them. The amendment stipulates that platforms with at least 50 million monthly views must maintain a public file, just like TV and radio stations are currently required to do, of all electioneering communications purchased by a person or group who spends more than $500 on an ad on their platform. The bill mandates online platforms to make all reasonable efforts to ensure that foreign individuals and entities aren't purchasing political ads aimed at influencing the American electorate. And then finally, it expands the definition of electioneering communication in the Bipartisan Campaign Reform Act of 2002 to include paid internet and digital advertisement. When that law was created, we didn't do online political advertisement. That has obviously changed as technology has enabled our internet feeds to be something I would like to turn off most Octobers. Listen, in this digital area where the lines between domestic and foreign are blurred, it's just critical that we have laws that evolve alongside our technology. And the Honest Ads Act is a means through which we can actually do that, provide some transparency and accountability, and make sure that Americans can be confident that the political content that they see online is not a secret operation funded by foreign interest. So, as we work toward that goal, I think it's important to just recognize that this isn't partisan. There's a reason this bill is bipartisan on the House side, bipartisan on the Senate side, because protecting democracy is a shared responsibility and one that we need to uphold together. So I offer this amendment largely to make you aware of this. I think this is an important issue for our committee to take up. Having said that, I will withdraw the amendment and hope to work with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to move this forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield back. The amendment is withdrawn. Do any other members wish to seek recognition?
I do. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Withdrew the amendment. Yeah. And do any members wish to seek recognition?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's a Kilmer Amendment 20.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment.
I'm not ready anyway. He's still fixing it. Okay.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
That
4560.
objection for the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order. The gentleman, Mr. Kilmer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. As we know, the Election Assistance Commission, an independent bipartisan commission which was established by the Help America Votes Act, was enacted to respond to the controversy of the 2000 election. The commission has responsibilities that are really important to the maintenance of our small d democratic infrastructure. It administers and audits Help America Vote funds that are appropriated by Congress for election administration and election security. It develops guidance to meet Help America Vote Act requirements. It adopts voluntary voting system guidelines. And importantly, the Election Assistance Commission serves as a national clearinghouse of information on election administration and accrediting testing laboratories and certifying voting systems. This amendment is pretty simple, recognizing the important work that the Election Assistance Commission does for our small d democratic system. This amendment would authorize the commission without a funding or a staffing cap. Let's ensure that it has the capacity to accomplish what it needs to accomplish and ensure fair elections that have integrity. And that's why I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
The gentleman yields back. Does any member wish to be recognized? Does the gentlewoman from Florida reserve her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
The point of order being removed, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote is ordered, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice?
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerks will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 5 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Do any other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's the one related to increasing the rate of pay for the Federal Election Commission Staff Director and General Counsel.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563.
Objection for the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Mr. Kilmer is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would add one of the highest priority bipartisan legislative recommendations that were offered by the Federal Election Commission. The Federal Election Commission, on a unanimous bipartisan basis, suggests that Congress revise Section 306 of the Federal Employees Compensation Act to delink the salaries of the staff director and the general counsel from level 4 and level 5 of the executive schedule. So what's the problem we're trying to solve here? Under the status quo, both of these positions, because they are limited under the executive schedule, mean that they are supervising personnel that are paid more than they are. That's something that many of us in Congress are accustomed to, but it is a problem in the Federal Election Commission because it is meaning that they are struggling to recruit people to fulfill these positions. The appointment and retention of these key leaders has been identified as a management challenge and a performance challenge of the Federal Election Commission by the Inspector General in the 9 most recent agency financial reports covering 2014 through 2022, and in performance and accountability reports. Let's just really quickly talk what this is about. The Federal Election Commission is, do you want a cop on the beat? Do you want to make sure that the agency that's tasked with ensuring compliance with campaign finance law actually can do its job? That's it. That's the question here. Do you want them to be able to do their job? That is really tough if you cannot hire people who are competent, capable, and adequately compensated. I think it's really important when we get reports back from the Inspector General that say this is a problem, that Congress actually do something with that. That's what this is about. Simple. This is common sense, bipartisan. Again, the Federal Election Commission can't agree what day it is often, but they agreed on this. This was a unanimous bipartisan recommendation by the FEC that Congress do this to just improve their function. So I support adopting this bipartisan measure, support this amendment, and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment and the previous amendment as well. I didn't speak on the previous amendment, increasing the funding for the EAC. I actually think we should increase the funding for the EAC. I think our legislation looks at that as well. This amendment, I think, is offered in good faith. I think there's a lot of work that we could do in this space. I don't think this is the time to make sure we get that right. I think we should do that as a standalone. I think it's got true substantive opportunity to be revised in U.S. code as it relates to the FEC, as well as your previous amendment on the EAC. I think both of these are well thought through. I'd want to make some adjustments. I would love to work with you offline. So I'm going to recommend a no vote, and I will be voting no on your amendment. But I do think the substance and the effort with which you're trying to move the ball forward in both of the previous amendment and this amendment are in the right spirit, and would look forward to working with you going forward. I yield back. Does any other member wish to be recognized? Does the gentleman from Florida insist on her point of order?
I withdraw the point of order, Mr. Chairman.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Mr. Kilmer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'd ask for a recorded vote, please.
A roll call vote is requested, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes yes. Mr. Kilmer?
Yes.
Mr. Kilmer votes yes. Ms. Torres? Aye. Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice? Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 5 noes.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk regarding a EAC study on mail voting.
The clerk will please report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without
4560.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed of.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order. Mr. Kilmer is recognized for 5 minutes.
I will make a confession. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will make a confession. A lot has surprised me when I arrived in Washington, D.C., having served 8 years in the Washington State Legislature. A lot of this is a shock to my system here in Congress. One of the things that has shocked me is the degree to which the discussion around mail voting in Washington, D.C. is partisan, that it's more political. In part because I come from a state that has had all-mail voting since 2011, and it's been widely embraced. It has been bipartisan, and for good reason. According to the Brookings Institute, despite partisan fears, no party gains an electoral advantage when mail voting is made more accessible. Instead, it just gives Americans a greater opportunity to choose how to cast their ballots in a manner that works for them. So as I mentioned, my state went to all-mail voting in 2011. It was the second state to do that, to switch to an all vote-by-mail system. And now all eligible voters are automatically sent their ballot that they can return to election officials by the U.S. Postal Service, prepaid mail, or at a ballot drop box. We've seen benefits. Mail voting means fewer poll workers and sites to coordinate, more security with an auditable paper trail, improved access because every eligible registered voter receives a ballot, ample time for voters to research candidates and issues, and higher voter turnout. Indeed, the former Republican Secretary of State of Washington, Kim Wyman, put it this way in a piece in The Hill. She said, "Voting by mail is voting, plain and simple. It's safe and secure and is needed now more than ever." So, to ensure that states have safe and reliable voting systems that are accessible to all, we need just more information on how voters can access the ballot box and what services they need. So, that's what this amendment does. This amendment directs the Election Assistance Commission to study the 2020 and 2022 elections and requires them to make recommendations to states to assist them in transitioning to vote-by-mail procedures and improving existing vote-by-mail procedures. That's it. This is about trying to make the system work better, trying to recognize that this can be a means through which we can have a more accountable system, a better paper trail, more access for eligible voters to receive a ballot and to vote. So with that, I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I would note is that the American Confidence in Election Act does touch on mail voting and encourages the EAC to help states understand that process and to provide, again, a clearinghouse of information of practices that currently exist, what's working, what isn't, to give states tools and information. What it does not do, and what is an important distinction, is it does not attempt to impose or transition states who are not already utilizing vote by mail or already of their own accord seeking to integrate voting by mail. It strikes the appropriate balance between being a resource and providing information and standards that states can choose to implement while not directing states or pushing states to adopt any particular method of election administration as it relates to voting by mail. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the nature in which this amendment was introduced. I think what's important here is we allow states to make decisions as to how states should best run their elections. And I would note that I think we've seen some Democratic proposals that would require states to adopt universal mail-in balloting. Not your amendment, but we've seen those proposals out there. I think what's so important when we look at mail balloting in particular, it's important across the board, but mail balloting in particular, is the importance of clean voter rolls. And so if we go back and just look at Washington, D.C., at their example in 2020, when the D.C. government mailed every registered voter a ballot, the undeliverable rate in 2020 was 11%. In 2022, it was 17%. It's showing that D.C. does not have voter rolls that were up to date and accurate, which is uniquely problematic as it relates to mail-in voting. It's not good across the board. It's uniquely bad in mail-in voting. And so I will recommend against this amendment, but appreciate the gentleman for his interest in the space. Does any other member wish to be recognized?
Am I allowed to say something in closing, or?
Somebody can take 5 and yield it to you.
Yeah, thanks.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
I just want to say that, you know, I find it to be incredulous that we get to tell the citizens of D.C. what they can and cannot do when they are larger than a lot of the states that get 2 senators and get representatives. I find that to be really offensive, frankly. What D.C. needs is statehood. And so I'm going to now yield the balance of my time to Derek, but this whole debate about D.C. is a debate that we shouldn't be having. They should have their own representation.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I appreciate you acknowledging that the amendment doesn't ask for all 50 states to do vote by mail. I will tell you who did want all 50 states to go to vote by mail. The former Republican Secretary of State of the state of Washington, Sam Reed. He wrote in the New York Times, "Let's get vote at home in place in all 50 states." But that's not what this amendment does. It simply says, let's see what works and doesn't work. Let's make sure that if those states are transitioning to vote by mail or are trying to improve their system, that we have a sense of best practices. That's it. So again, I thank the gentlelady for yielding and urge support of this amendment.
Does the gentlewoman yield back?
I yield back down to my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Sorry.
Does the gentleman from Florida insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
The question is on the amendment from Mr. Kilmer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'd ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
A roll call vote is requested, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell?
Aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer?
Aye.
Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Aye. Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice?
Does any member wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 5 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Do any members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk regarding the Blue Ribbon Advisory Panel for the Federal Election Commission.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Mr. Kilmer of Washington. Insert after
Without
section.
objection, further reading, the amendment will be dispensed of.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Mr. Kilmer is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
I got 2.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This again is related to the Federal Election Commission and just trying to get the cop back onto the beat to make sure that we have an entity that is able to enforce campaign finance law and is consistent of, and consists of people who know something about campaign finance law. This does not sound like a novel concept, but right now, the means through which Federal Election Commission commissioners are appointed is largely handpicked by politicians. So here's what this amendment does. It would ensure a fair and impartial and bipartisan process for selecting Federal Election Commission nominees. Right now, there aren't very many qualifications for what it means to be a Federal Election Commission commissioner. That is concerning, so this tries to flesh that out a bit, but it establishes an advisory panel, a blue ribbon commission, to provide recommendations of potential nominees. The advisory panel would be bipartisan. It would be required to include individuals representing each major political party and individuals who are independent of a political party. It would consist of retired federal judges, former law enforcement officials, or individuals with experience in election law. Simply put, this is about trying to ensure that the people who serve on the Federal Election Commission, who are nominated to serve on the Federal Election Commission, know something about federal election law. I do want to point out, Section 356 of the ACE Act does address a recruitment and retention concern of the Federal Election Commission. For example, to find and retain qualified candidates for the FEC by increasing the commissioner's pay level to be competitive for government service. That's a good thing to do. But we've got to get to this. We need to have a functioning Federal Election Commission, and it should consist of people who actually know something about election law. That's what this amendment's about. I will mention that this is part of a bipartisan bill, the Restoring Integrity to American Elections Act, that I am the lead sponsor of, and Congressman Fitzpatrick is a co-sponsor of. And it has been bipartisan for 10 years. So again, I would just urge support of this bill and hope that we can, of this amendment, and hope we can move it forward.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that the Federal Election Commission is a bipartisan commission. The appointment process under the Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971 involves the minority and majority leaders in Congress and the president. The FEC is an independent agency. Giving the president the authority to appoint commissioners has the peril of modifying this or turning the FEC into a more partisan agency. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment by Mr. Kilmer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No. Aye.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'd ask for a recorded vote, sir.
A roll call vote is requested, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell?
Aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice?
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 5 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition?
I do, I have an amendment at the desk, Mr.
The
Chairman.
clerk will distribute the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor.
The clerk will please report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to
That
H.R.
objection for the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Lewis said that the vote is precious. It's almost sacred. I couldn't agree with him more. When I think about the fundamental right to vote, it is from which all other rights derive. That's why this amendment would make Election Day a legal public holiday. Working Americans deserve to have ample opportunity to vote. Our seniors, the disabled, and the college students deserve to have ample opportunity to vote. This amendment helps to ensure working people have the freedom to vote without taking time off from work by making Election Day a federal public holiday. Many hardworking Americans struggle to find time to make it to the polls on Election Day, when between work, childcare, and other responsibilities. Indeed, something as simple as getting stuck in traffic on the way home from work could mean not being able to get to the polls in time. Giving people time off work, school, and travel to the polling stations is an important part of making the ballot box accessible to all Americans. Allowing students time off school for Election Day would also allow parents to teach their children about civic responsibility and American democracy by bringing their children to the polls when they go to vote. I agree with John Lewis. The vote is sacred. We should acknowledge that. We as elected officials should be in the business of trying to make it easier for people to vote, not harder for people to vote. So I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does any member seek recognition? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the intent, I think, of increasing voter participation. I support that portion of this. I don't know that this, in fact, fully achieves that. The cost to create a federal holiday, which really just impacts federal workers and allows federal workers to have an extra day off, and the federal employees already get 44 paid federal strike the number. They get a substantial number of days off already in the federal government. And a federal, just the federal workforce for a day off costs about $818 million. And then the question would become, do people utilize that time to take a vacation, or do they utilize it to exercise their constitutional right to vote? And so while well-intentioned, I think, to encourage people to vote, I'm concerned about not only the fiscal impact that this would have on our federal government, which is already wildly upside down, but also whether or not it would actually achieve the objective for which I believe the gentlewoman sets for it. And so I will be voting against the amendment. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, does the gentleman from Florida insist on a point of order?
I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Ms. Sewell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those no? No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote is requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? No. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Aye. Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice? Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres?
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 2 ayes and 6 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Do other members seek recognition?
Oh, I have an amendment at the desk.
I'm still being generous. That may fade later this evening. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
Thanks, Emma. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that's true.
I know you're focusing. I'm so sorry. We'll go to this one next. There's a chance that Joe might leave.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms. Sewell of Alabama. Insert after Title VI and the following. Title, Sense of Congress with respect to
Thank
you, Mr.
Chairman, I
Chairman.
reserve a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 15th Amendment to the United States Constitution establishes, quote, "The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude." The 15th Amendment also created an explicit grant of congressional power. Quote, "The Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation, end quote. Recently, the Republican vice chair in your home state of Wisconsin, Mr. Chairman, publicly praised Republican efforts in the state to drive down turnout by voters of color in the 2022 election. In a post-election email to the Republican supporters in Milwaukee, the vice chair wrote that Republicans, quote, can be especially proud of the city of Milwaukee casting 37,000 less votes than cast in the 2018 election, with the major reduction happening in the overwhelming Black and Hispanic areas. He continued, quote, this great and important decrease in Democratic votes was due to, quote, well-thought-out, multifaceted plan, end quote, that included, quote, buying black radio negative commercials run less than the last few weeks of the election cycle. The vice chair has not resigned. He's still the vice chair of the Wisconsin Republican Party. The vice chair has not resigned from his position on the Wisconsin Election Commission. No individual, especially one engaged in the administration of American elections, should celebrate disparities in voting, especially by race. No individual can engage in efforts to drive down turnout among voters of color. It is incumbent upon every member of this House to condemn racist rhetoric and attempts to disenfranchise voters of color by election officials. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, which is a sense of Congress to acknowledge the abhorrent language used by an elected official in Wisconsin, being proud of the fact that he was, or they were able to decrease the amount of Black voters in Wisconsin. I yield back the balance of my time and urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
I do, Your Honor. I do, Mr. Chairman. I would suggest that the amendment here is not germane because civil liberties fall within the jurisdiction and province of the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you, sir. I agree that it is not germane.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a parliamentary inquiry? Is the point of order, and this has been said several times, is it that the amendment is not germane, or is that it falls outside of committee jurisdiction? Those are two different things, and I think we've continued to suggest it, but those aren't the same thing. Germaneness relates to whether this is appropriate given the context of the conversation. It's clearly about voting, and it's clearly about disparities in black and white voting. Jurisdiction is a different issue, and so I just want a clarification from you on whether this is germane, and that's the question that's being raised in terms of the objection, or whether it deals with the committee's jurisdiction under Rule 10.
I think following with the House parliamentarian, this is a question of germaneness as to whether or not this resides both in our committee. I think we're calling two words for the same thing.
But I don't think it is. I think one is a jurisdictional issue as opposed to germaneness.
I think that the question from the gentleman from Florida is germaneness.
Germaneness. And it's not germane because matters related, in your view, to civil rights and voting is that a civil rights issue is different than a voting rights issue?
Civil liberties fall within the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee per the discretion of the parliamentarian.
And this is a decision by the House parliamentarian who suggested this was not germane?
I'm obviously making this decision here. I'm interpreting I am executing on the interpretation from the House parliamentarian.
Very well. I object, but I'll appreciate your explanation.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
the amendment will be distributed.
Oh. Never mind. I was gonna make it.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms. Sewell.
Objection for the reading of the amendment would be dispensed with. The gentlewoman from Florida.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would correct the germaneness issue that was brought up in my first amendment regarding all states being able to offer 14 days of early voting. This is a change from the amendment I offered earlier with the provisions amending the Higher Education Act being removed. So, removing the Higher Education Act portion of that bill means that it's squarely within the jurisdiction of this committee and squarely within the jurisdiction of something that we can vote on. Millions of Americans are given only a single day. I think I expressed my concern that Alabama was one of 4 states that does not have any form of early voting. So by giving folks 14 days of early voting for a period of consecutive days, including weekends, beginning on the 15th day before the date of the election or even earlier at the option of the states, we provide flexibility to the electorate. Flexibility for vote by mail and smaller jurisdictions. This, along with other measures like absentee voting and same-day registration, will really help to ensure that indeed every eligible voter has access to the ballot box. This amendment tasks the EAC with developing standards for early voting compliance, and in-person early voting and absentee voting have administrative benefits. We know that. We know that it encourages shorter lines on election day, that it eases congestion, that it improves poll worker performance, and it improves voter satisfaction. Given all of that, it is my hope that the members of this committee, my colleagues on this committee, will support this amendment, which simply does one thing. It offers early voting to every state. 46 states already have it, but we know that 4 states don't. And that's exactly what this amendment would do. I ask and urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will first note that I share and appreciate my colleague Ms. Sewell's commitment to making voting accessible to all eligible Americans, and would just note here that the American Confidence in Election Act seeks to do this not by mandating that states take certain actions or implement certain procedures administering elections, but rather by creating an opportunity for states to determine for themselves which practices best serve their needs. So for this reason, while I appreciate Ms. Sewell's commitment to access to voters, I oppose this amendment as I do not believe it is the appropriate role for the federal government to take in elections administration. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Recognize myself for 5 minutes. Appreciate the gentlewoman for offering the amendment. As I think about Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution, where states have the primary role in establishing time, place, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives, while Congress has a purely secondary role in this space, it must restrain itself from acting improperly and unconstitutionally. I don't know that I agree with the amendment. I think actually what we saw as we traveled to Georgia on Monday of this week was a state that expanded voter access through the ACE Act. And so when states act in a manner as Georgia did, they can actually take this upon themselves to pass strong voter integrity laws. We've seen a lot of states, in particular in the Northeast, states like Delaware, New York, and others have pretty restrictive voting laws that have an opportunity, I think, to really enhance the integrity of the underlying elections, but also look at some of the ideas that you're proposing to see if they're right for their states. But because of my reading of the Constitution, my strong belief in federalism, I am going to recommend a no vote on the amendment. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Ms. Sewell. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote is requested.
A roll call vote is requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? No. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Ms. Sewell?
Yes.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres?
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there is 1 aye and 6 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment.
I know, I'm just, I know. So what's the one? Okay. That's great.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms. Sewell of Alabama.
That objection for the reading of the amendment will be dispensed of.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the 2020 general election and the 2022 midterm election saw record shortages of poll workers. According to the EAC data, more than half of all jurisdictions nationwide had difficulty obtaining a sufficient number of poll workers during the 2020 election. The poll worker shortage creates serious problems for our democracy. When polling places are understaffed, voters experience longer lines, which inevitably means some Americans will need to go home without being able to exercise that fundamental right to vote. The poll worker shortage threatens to be particularly harmful in communities of color where voters regularly face longer lines at the polling place than in white neighborhoods. Poll workers serve a very important role in ensuring that voters have access to all the services they need and are entitled in order to exercise their freedom to vote. When poll workers understand the needs of voters, they can provide culturally competent assistance and the assistance required by federal law. This includes services like required language materials for voters with limited English proficiency, assistance for voters with disabilities, and the provision of voting-related services to all voters regardless of gender, sexual orientation, and gender identity. This amendment would direct the Election Assistance Commission to provide grants for states to carry out poll worker recruitment and training in an effort to address their jurisdiction's shortages and to ensure that poll workers are culturally competent in understanding the needs of the communities that they serve in. I urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of this very common sense and reasonable amendment. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I would note that Congress has allocated substantive and significant funding as it relates to the EAC, hundreds of millions of dollars. In the COVID-19 pandemic, Congress appropriated $400 million in the CARES Act to prepare for the 2020 election cycle, and its unique challenges is, and as we had a hearing here, we learned where some of those grants go. They've gone to political entities. One entity that, if you simply went to their website, said that they were a proud member of Team Biden. That doesn't really grow confidence in our elections. So before we go adding new programs for the EAC to be able to administer grants, I would say let's start by working to clean up the current EAC grant-making cycle. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentleman from Florida insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Ms. Sewell. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes having the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment.
I forgot to ask for a roll call. Sorry, can I ask for a roll call? It was too late.
That's too late.
Okay, no worries.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed of. Does Ms. Lee reserve a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, long lines and wait times are historically made voting difficult, discouraging voting and disproportionately impacting voters of color. This amendment would eliminate this barrier to voting by requiring states to equitably and efficiently operate polling places so as to prevent long lines and wait times exceeding 30 minutes. Non-white voters are 3 times more likely than white voters to wait longer than 30 minutes. I'll say that again. Non-white voters are 3 times more likely than white voters to wait longer than 30 minutes, and 6 times as likely to wait more than 60 minutes. 6 times more likely. This is more than simply an urban-rural divide. Even within a given urban, suburban, or rural communities, lines tend to be longer in neighborhoods and precincts with higher concentrations of non-white voters. One of the reasons why non-white voters wait longer to vote is that fewer resources, such as poll workers and voting stations, are allocated to precincts with more non-white registrants. Policies like precinct closures and shorter voting hours can lengthen the lines of polling stations, particularly those with a high volume in areas where non-white voters are. Waiting in a long line to vote can make voters less likely to turn out in future elections, and voters who wait in long lines are less confident in the integrity of our electoral system. Nobody should have to wait in line for hours to exercise that fundamental constitutional right to vote, and it is profoundly unfair that different individuals have fundamentally different experiences at the ballot box. This amendment would remedy that by ensuring equitable and efficient operation of polling stations. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment.
Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my colleague from Alabama, and that is why the state of Georgia with Senate Bill 202 fixed this problem. And and I would encourage that what the bill, the underlying bill here does, is incentivize states to do the very things that she is advocating in her amendment to do, which is already within the underlying bill, to encourage states to do what the state of Georgia did, which is to make sure that it's easy to vote, to give access to ballots to everyone, regardless of who you are, regardless of where you live, what your geographical area is. And the results have proven successful. The University of Georgia, as we heard in a recent committee hearing, has reported the overwhelming success of Senate Bill 202 that passed in Georgia. So I oppose this amendment, And I would encourage my friend and colleague from Alabama to encourage her state legislature to do exactly what Georgia did to ensure that it's easy to vote, but it's hard to cheat. Now, yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? This is the gentleman from Florida, insists on a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question's on the amendment from Ms. Sewell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair is the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? No. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? No. Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Ms. Sewell?
Aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres?
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there is 1 aye and 6 noes.
The amendment fails.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. While the clerk distributes the amendment, I'll note to members on the committee that votes had been called. We'll continue to monitor the tally of number of votes
Okay.
in place, and we'll continue on until an appropriate time where we all have time to make it to the floor. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentlewoman from Florida.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order, and the gentlewoman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, the COVID-19 pandemic tested America's election system during the 2020 election. Election officials, poll workers, and voters face unprecedented circumstances and great challenges. The 2020 election proved that voters want a variety of options for how to cast their ballot, and when you increase access to these options, more voters utilize them and access the franchise. While many states increased access to a variety of voting methods during the pandemic, access was not uniform across the country, and many expansions were only temporary. This amendment would prohibit states from restricting curbside voting, one of the most popular and successful methods used to vote during the pandemic. Indeed, my constituents uniformly were pleased to be able, during this global pandemic, to be able to drop their ballot in a curbside voting. Curbside voting is safe, it's relatively easy to implement, and effective in allowing individuals like elders and disabled voters who tend to face barriers in in-person voting to make easier access to their constitutional right to vote. This is pretty simple. This amendment would prohibit states from restricting curbside voting. We saw how successful it was during the COVID-19 pandemic, and this amendment seeks to make sure that these options are available to all voters, all eligible voters. I ask my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment.
There's a further debate on the amendment. Ms. Lee.
Mr. Chairman, according to Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution, states have the primary role in establishing the time, place, and manners of holding elections for senators and representatives, while Congress has a purely secondary role and must restrain itself from acting improperly and unconstitutionally. State legislatures are the primary and appropriate venues to establish rules governing elections, and for that reason, I oppose the amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further amendment or further debate on the amendment? If not, does the gentleman from Florida insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Ms. Sewell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Mr. Griffith votes no. Oh,
No.
Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Ms. Sewell?
Aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres?
Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there is 1 aye and 6 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, there's an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms. Sewell of
Without
Alabama.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed of.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would ensure that no person other than a state or local election official is able to challenge an individual's eligibility to register to vote unless that challenge is supported by a personal knowledge with respect to each individual challenged regarding the grounds for ineligibility. As we learned from this committee's hearing just this week in Atlanta on Monday, this amendment is urgently needed. Just today, a piece in ProPublica detailed how extreme the voter challenge situation is in Georgia. According to the report, of roughly 100,000 challenges to voter eligibility that had been submitted in Georgia, approximately 89,000 have been submitted by just six right-wing activists. The other 11,000 were mostly submitted by another 12 individuals. The overwhelming majority of these challenged ballots were thrown out, and therefore, the overwhelming majority of these challenged voters are eligible, and indiscriminate challenges threaten their right to vote or overwhelm local elected officials. We must end this madness. The fact that this particular bill would allow people to question eligibility and do so indiscriminately is a problem. We see that in Georgia. I'm not sure why we would then approve it in this bill to nationalize it or standardize it. And so I'm asking my colleagues to support this very simple amendment, which would protect voters on Election Day. We must end this madness. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
The gentlewoman yield back.
Oh, the gentlelady.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Appreciate the comments from my colleague. My recollection from our hearing on Monday is after the question was asked of the witness regarding the challenges, many of those challenges were ultimately discovered that a given individual was not eligible to vote. And so it seems like maybe Georgia has a system that works for Georgia. I would look at the federalist side here is that the states have primary jurisdiction in this space, not the federal government. I think we should be looking at the state level for a lot of these remedies. Again, the University of Georgia study following Georgia's SB 202 legislation was a robust survey of people's voting experience, and people's voting experience was incredibly positive in the state of Georgia. 0% of blacks identified themselves as having a poor voting experience. We should be celebrating that and looking for ways to build upon that success, but doing so at the state level. not looking for a federal takeover of elections, I will be opposing this amendment. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, does the gentlewoman from Florida maintain her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question's on the amendment from Ms. Sewell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote?
A roll call vote is requested, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? No. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Ms. Sewell?
Aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Bice? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres?
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there is 1 aye and 6 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Per my previous comment regarding votes being called, we are going to momentarily go into recess, subject to call of the chair. I would remind my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that we're going to return very promptly following the last vote in the event that there are more amendments to be considered. Otherwise, we'll move on quickly to final passage with an opportunity for dinner before our late evening vote series. Otherwise, we'll plow through. With that, the committee stands in recess, subject to call of the chair.
No, I'm saying, will I be the listener? I understand that.
These minutes.
All right. How many more of you?
So it's about the intention. But it's about the germane issue. A lot of it's in practice. What Jim is starting to use is germane. Practice, germane is generally used as the native public. Yeah. I don't know. I'm here to settle it. No, I think we right. I mean, what bothers me more is the fact that those people should not have been sustained. There's both germane and right. That's the thing. Yeah.
I think she would like that. She is.
We'll do a little audio check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Very good. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563 offered by Mr. Morelli.
Without
from New York.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, which I'm offering, deals with the question of what happens when someone like the former president makes baseless claims of election fraud, the so-called big lie that we often talk about, the American public talks about, which really in some respects served as a dual purpose in our view, and I think the final report of the January 6th Select Committee demonstrates this, that it not only formed the foundation of attempts to overturn the 2020 presidential election, and that's been well documented, which culminated in the attacks on the Capitol on January 6th, but it also launched a fundraising effort to fund the former president's other endeavors and to enrich his associates. So in addition to the big lie, it's effectively the big ripoff. And the mechanisms for this are clear. The false election narrative embedded in fundraising emails and text messages, amplifying that lie by perpetuating belief that the election was stolen from President Trump and effectuated an effort to mislead donors into providing dollars to the campaign with the notion that those who are contributing to it would effectively be altering the election results. So give us money. We're going to get to the bottom of the big lie and the big fraud, and we're going to overturn the election, and Donald Trump will continue to be president. This amendment ensures that candidates like the former president cannot profit off of lies by soliciting donations for the express and unambiguous purpose of facilitating federal election challenge activities, including recount efforts or election contests, if the person known or has reason to know that such activities are frivolous. And there is a mountain of evidence that was gathered by the January 6th Select Committee that demonstrably showed the former president knew his litigation efforts were frivolous. He lost in all relevant litigation, had been advised by his own experts and by his Justice Department that the election fraud claims were false, and had been told by numerous advisors that he had lost and should concede the election, including the Attorney General of the United States at the time, William Barr. In short, former president and his campaign ripped off supporters by raising hundreds of millions of dollars by claiming they would use the money to fight the fraud that they knew did not exist and to challenge an election that they knew they had lost. It is unconscionable, and the amendment would ensure that no candidate could do it again. And with that, I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I view this amendment to stop frivolous actions, sometimes a bit frivolous, maybe itself. I get concerned about whether or not our federal government's going to be in the business of making these decisions rather than courts, which already have the opportunity to do as such. And so appreciate the interest of my colleague to improve our court system, but I'll be voting no. Yield back. Any further debate on the amendment? Does the gentleman from Florida insist on her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment by Mr. Morelli. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Ms. Bice? No. Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Dr. Murphy? Mr. D'Esposito? Ms. Sewell? Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 3 ayes and 7 noes.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. You can stop at any time, Doyle. No, that's your First Amendment.
Although it's fair that the actual First Amendment is much smaller. Not ours. The First Amendment.
You missed the first 2 minutes of the discussion.
Yeah.
We will take that under advisement for future markups.
It's actually something to think about for the whole.
Yes, yeah, we could think about improving the process. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Mr. Morelli of New York. Insert after Section 3 the following. Section 4, Joe Biden won the 2020 election, and Brian...
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I don't think it would take me 5 minutes to get through this. I imagine the simplest and easiest amendment vote we'll take today. It is purely based on a factual finding. We had several witnesses during the 9 hearings that we called. There was not a single witness who was asked the question. I asked the question of each witness who appeared while I was here, whether or not Joe Biden had won the 2020 election. I believe it was Mr. Loudermilk who asked similar questions during the field hearing relative to Governor Kemp of Georgia. And so this simply states what is a fact, and I think should be listed in the report, in the bill, that those 2 individuals won the elections identified and had witnesses testify to it. So given the simplicity and factual nature of the amendment, I cannot imagine that it would face serious opposition, and I would urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I will yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, here I would go back to one thing that I think a number of members of this committee have pointed to here today, which is the proper role of election administration lying predominantly with the states pursuant to our Constitution. And our states have local election officials and state election officials who are responsible for vote tabulation and certifying results of elections. And for that reason, I do not believe this belongs as part of our American Confidence in Elections Act and would oppose the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Is there any further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, there was,
Griffith.
I thought there was an objection earlier. I thought it was going to be a germaneness objection. How is this germane to the underlying bill?
The gentlewoman has reserved a point of order.
Right.
We can address that at the end of the debate. If
All right.
somebody would like to if the gentlewoman is interested in objecting on a point of order. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentlewoman reserve her point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I do believe that this is the introduction of an entirely new subject matter that's not germane to the underlying text of the bill.
Because this committee has no jurisdiction, the federal government has no jurisdiction over point number 2, I think I will agree with the gentlewoman from Florida that it is not germane.
Well, may I, just as it relates to a parliamentary inquiry again, and I do want to make a point. Earlier it was raised that there's a question of germaneness. Germaneness is sort of a broad definition, which is whether a bill is relative to the topic at hand, whether the subject is appropriate. This is clearly within the topic of elections. It is a finding on hearings that this committee held and unanimity among witnesses as to these findings. So first of all, it falls clearly within our germaneness. There is nothing that deals with jurisdiction, so this isn't even a question of whether there's jurisdiction, because while we have federal elections, our oversight, the truth is Mr. Loudermilk introduced the question of Mr. Kemp in the hearing. So he asked the question of witnesses, and they answered both as I think it related to the 2018 and previous election. So this is clearly within the jurisdiction, and I don't want to make a, if I may, as part of the parliamentary inquiry. Earlier, I think germaneness is a broad topic, and that relates to whether or not the subject at hand and everything we've had here so far has been germane. Question of jurisdiction is a more narrow one under Rule 10, and it relates to the committees that have jurisdiction over all or part of a bill. And in the very narrow definition that you've used, I just note that the ACE Act itself has references to Committee on House Administration, Committee on Judiciary, Ways and Means, Science, Space, and Technology, the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Homeland Security, Education and the Workforce, Financial Services, Oversight and Accountability, and the Rules Committee. So since we are now using two standards here, one for the Democratic amendments and the other for Republican amendments, seems to me we should note that. But here's what I think is really at centrally at it. It's not about jurisdiction, truthfully. I don't think it's about germaneness. I think it's about the bill before the House, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is damaging, in our view, to the American public and to the people who want to vote, who want to expand the franchise to all Americans.
Let me comment on the parliamentary inquiry
Yes.
portion of this,
Yes,
because
sir.
we get into a long debate. I think the parliamentary inquiry is the fact that the parliamentarian took the underlying ACE Act, and it's in multiple jurisdictions. Some committees may or may not choose to mark up their sections of the bill. That's a decision for those committees to reach on their own. But those committees then hold jurisdiction over those portions of this markup. So as we talk about germaneness, that's one piece of it. The second piece is the actual substance of this bill. While speech and debate clause of our opportunity, we can talk about anything we'd like to in speech and debate. I think that's separate of our legislative authority. Our legislative authority does not exist as it relates to recognizing or not recognizing state governors. I want to yield to my friend, the gentleman from Virginia, who has a comment.
Well, I was just going to say, I have worked a long time to try to tighten up our germaneness rules. I think our germaneness rules should not be viewed as something that is so broad that if you just mention something, you get to put it in. It has to be what the subject of the bill is. It has to relate to that bill. And this amendment or these amendments are so wide that you're saying this bill, we could come in and decide whether or not Hayes rightfully won the 1876 election. Should the South Carolina electors have been counted or not counted? What happened to them? What kind of deal did Sam Tilden make in order to get Hayes to get the electors not to show up? I mean, that's clearly not germane, nor is this. But Samuel J. Tilden may have won the 1876 election, and a deal was made. And it's important because Tilden was the Democrat candidate, Mr. Chairman, and it is believed by many historians that Tilden made a deal to let Hayes have the presidency for the lifting of laws in the South that prohibited the Jim Crow laws, and that led to the Jim Crow atrocities for many years in the southern states, which is a very important issue from a historical standpoint, just as this amendment might be important from a historical standpoint, but is irrelevant to the bill we're debating.
Bringing us back to the parliamentary inquiry originally presented, which we have drifted from. I'm going to bring us all the way back. I am going to rule the amendment is not germane. Would you like to appeal the ruling, or we'll continue on?
Well, how about, I'll do this. I'll either submit then a subsequent amendment striking the, unless you'll agree to it, striking the reference to Governor Kemp, which I did because Mr. Loudermilk had introduced it, but I'm perfectly happy to strike that section 2 of the amendment and have it.
You can obviously introduce a further amendment, but
And
at
I'll
this
do that.
point.
But that's your objection is to the Kemp reference because it's a state, not a federal election. So I understand that. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Does any member seek, does a member seek recognition?
I'm sorry.
Does any member seek recognition?
Yes. I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Mr. Morelli of New York. Insert after Section 359.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed of.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves the point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this amendment blunts an alarming development we could not have imagined before January 6th of 2021. Many of us were here that day and understand that number of people have been convicted. 80 Capitol Police officers were assaulted on January 6th. The chief of the Capitol Police sat in this room and testified to this committee in another hearing about the enduring impact that January 6th has had on the force, both the physical and the mental trauma that officers still carry with them to this day. The alternate history, the version of that attack on the Capitol is appalling and minimizes the pain and the suffering of the Capitol Police officers, as well as members of Congress, staff who were here, and our fellow citizens who witnessed it. And during a recent CNN town hall, the former president, who's now a candidate once again, said he was inclined to pardon many of the people convicted of federal offenses for attacking the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. And he has begun promising to pardon his supporters and using that to solicit dollars in support of that. And this amendment, which prohibits the solicitations either seeking a pardon or suggesting an intent to use the dollars to pardon specific individuals or categories of individuals, ensures that candidates like the former president do not enrich themselves or their campaigns on the promise to pardon insurrectionists or others involved with the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And with that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. I would note that my reading of federal laws, it's already illegal to solicit campaign donations for the purposes of an official act. So this appears duplicative. It also seems like something that would hang out over in judiciary, not something that would be before our committee. We get into a whole debate about germaneness if you like, but I think this is duplicative. I think, as I read, unless somebody tells me otherwise, taking a campaign contribution for the purposes of an official act is already illegal, as it should be. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentleman from Florida insist on her point of order?
I'll withdraw the point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, if not, the question is on the amendment from the gentleman, Mr. Morelli. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I'd request a recorded
A
vote.
roll call vote is requested, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell?
Aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres? Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Kilmer?
Does any member wish to?
Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no.
Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 3 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment. Clerk will distribute the amendment. Thank you. The clerk will report the amendment, including the scribble.
An amendment to the amendment, the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Mr. Morelli of New York. Insert after Section 3 the following Section 4, Joe Biden won the 2020 election and Brian Kemp won the 2018
Without
Georgia.
objection, further reading.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Well, I want to just,
Point of clarification, I believe
Yeah.
you read through the blue scratched out, which is on my version, which may or may not be on your version, but I believe the blue scratched out removes lines 7 and 8. Is that correct?
that is correct. Yes, thank you.
Very good. It's a little hard to see. It's a little fast and
I had a
furious
copy
here.
right
House
here, I would
admin
do
late
this,
in the
but-
evening. Just wanted to, point of clarification, the gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to the amendment I made just a few moments ago, and I'm sorry, Mr. Loudermilk, they refused to accept the fact that your inquiry about the election of Brian Kemp could not be included because it wasn't a federal election. Clearly, Joe Biden's election is within the jurisdiction. It is germane. And without repeating everything I said earlier, I just want to urge people to put this as part of the findings that each of the witnesses who were asked, and I think we registered over 20 witnesses on both sides of the aisle who had been recommended, who answered the question in the affirmative, and I think it should be part of the record.
The
Then I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any member wish to be recognized?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr.
Please.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as previously noted on the prior version of this amendment, I would just point out that the function of tabulating and certifying election results is something that is done by the states, and that I believe that this is not something that we should be including in the American Confidence in Election Act. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, if I may raise a point of order.
Please. Gentleman reserves a point of order? Or you have a point of order? The point of order is reserved by, but you can comment on the amendment, you can comment on the point
I'd
of
like
order.
to comment on the amendment.
You strike the last word? Gentlewoman's recognized.
Strike the last word. Well, although I appreciate the gentleman from New York striking the second section of this, it is still in the title, which I believe would still make this particular legislation not germane.
The gentlewoman yield back?
Yield.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? No. No further debate on the amendment. Does the gentleman from Florida reserve her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I do. I would assert that this amendment is not germane to the underlying bill.
I'm sorry.
She's reserving her point of order that the amendment is not germane to the underlying bill. I appreciate the gentlewoman's point of order. In many ways, I agree with her. For sake of the discussion here, I'm going to allow it. We'll hold a vote on the underlying bill. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Nay. The opinion of chairs, the noes have it.
I would ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? No. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? No. Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Yes. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Aye. Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
Aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye.
Does any member wish to change their vote?
Put in Joe Biden, I'll vote for it.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition? Ms. Torres.
There it is. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms. Torres of California. Insert after Section 139 the following. Section 139A.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Lee reserves a point of order. Ms. Torres is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, young voters should have access to the ballot, especially our college students. My amendment today would require polling places on college campuses. I hope my colleagues can join me in support of this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for the author of the amendment. Is she referring to all colleges, private colleges, technical colleges, Christian colleges, any institute of higher education?
The amendment does not discriminate. The amendment does not discriminate.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, it's going to take, really have to have some time to look into this. I appreciate the interest in this and what it may intend to do, but I think we'd need to really study this as far as, you know, being able to have this at the other institutions. So I urge a no vote.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Griffiths recognized.
I'm going to urge a no vote also. I think that in cases where you have large university communities, the local governments already make those decisions. I think, in fact, under the Constitution, it's the state and local governments that make those decisions. There are many colleges out there that are very small and would not have the population to justify the number of poll workers that would be required, even if you used work-study students. You wouldn't have enough. I mean, the college I graduated from has gotten larger than when I was there. It now has, I think, a little over 1,000 students total on campus, and they've got 2 campuses. I just think that we're getting a little far afield. The concept is one that I don't disagree with as far as we want to have college students involved, but putting precincts out there and doing things actually on the campus, every college is different, and the registrars and the state institutions in those localities and states where those colleges, particularly the larger colleges exist, can make those decisions if they wish to.
Is there further, gentleman yields back? Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentleman from Florida insist on a point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I would assert that this amendment is not germane and that it falls within the jurisdiction of the Committee on Education and Workforce.
As this amends the Higher Education Act, I'm inclined to agree with the gentleman from Florida that the amendment is not germane.
What is it if it's not German? Why are we picking on Germans today so much? I thought we were going to be the first.
Does any member wish to be recognized? Does any member seek recognition?
If not,
Ms. Torres.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms.
Without
Torres.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Torres is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, law enforcement officers risk their personal safety and their lives to protect the American public. The work of law enforcement never ends. They work shifts on weekends, graveyard, public holidays, and even on Election Day. This work cuts into the time officers can spend on leisure. They spend with their families or participating in our democratic systems. Like millions of other Americans, law enforcement officers in states that do not allow absentee balloting or vote by mail may face difficulties finding the time in between their long work hours and other responsibilities that they have in their lives to vote. This amendment would ensure that law enforcement officers are provided as many opportunities as possible to participate in our democracy. It would amend ACE Act to provide opportunities to vote by absentee or mail ballot to every registered or otherwise certified active law enforcement officer in the county, regardless of whether the state in which they reside currently offers no excuse mail balloting. This amendment will protect the democratic rights of police officers and will protect public safety by ensuring that police officers are never torn between their desire to cast the ballot on Election Day and their vital duty to ensure our communities are safe. I encourage my colleagues to support it.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. D'Esposito? Move to
Thank-
strike the last word?
Yes,
Gentleman's
thank you,
recognized.
Chairman. While I appreciate, as someone who has served as a law enforcement officer for most of my adult life, I appreciate the thoughts from our colleagues wanting to make sure that those men and women who wear the uniform have every opportunity and right to cast a ballot on Election Day. With the exception of 4 states, every state in the Union has early voting. And for the 16 years that I served as a member of the New York City Police Department as a detective, I made sure that every one of those years, I made sure that I was able to cast a ballot in an election. I think that while I understand and appreciate the chance for law enforcement to have every opportunity to vote, I believe those men and women who wear the uniform right now do just that. If you notice around this country, law enforcement unions make every attempt to have the men and women who fall under their banner out to vote. They have large groups making sure that each and every year they are out not only casting ballots but supporting those that are running for office that support law enforcement. So I appreciate my colleague, but I don't believe that as part of this American Confidence in Election Act, this is something that we need. I think law enforcement officers throughout this country make every effort that they need each and every election year to cast a ballot for those that they believe support law enforcement. I yield back. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman is recognized.
just to say, and I appreciate with the gentleman's perspective, I think members of law enforcement do make every attempt to participate, but there is certainly no guarantee that on a given day, Election Day, particularly in those states that don't, like Alabama, as Ms. Sewell has indicated, where they don't have any form of early voting, something could happen, which clearly puts a member of law enforcement in a position where they have to be on duty and just can't get to a polling place that day. And while there may be union contracts, relying on a negotiation with a union to have given an opportunity to a member of law enforcement to vote, I think is insufficient. I think it ought to be clearly identified in federal law. I think this is something that's worthy of consideration, and I would urge support for the amendment. With that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Yeah, Chairman,
I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I'll yield to the gentleman.
thank you.
from
I'll
New
be
York.
quick. I think with that thought process in mind, I obviously missed many holidays and events with my family because of the job. But I also don't believe that giving male opportunities will make sure that every one of them casts their ballot either. And while we're focused on law enforcement officers, do we expand this to people who work in hospitals, to doctors, to anyone who works 24/7, firefighters, sheriffs, those in jails? I think that, like I said, while I appreciate the thought behind making sure law enforcement officers have the right to vote, I don't believe that it's a part of the American Confidence in Election Act. I yield back. Thank you for your.
Yield back. I would add to the comments from my gentleman from New York, maybe it's an opportunity for other states to look at the voter integrity legislation passed by Georgia, which addresses a lot of these challenges. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, does the gentleman from Florida reserve a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, there's no having. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
A roll call vote has been requested by 2 members, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk?
No.
Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? No. Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? No. Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. Diaz-Pasito? No. Mr. Diaz-Pasito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye.
Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition? Ms. Torres?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a subs.
For the reading of the amendment will be dispensed of.
Same thing for first responders.
Gentlewoman,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Torres recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, first responders keep our community safe and healthy. Their jobs are dangerous and they are very difficult. Beyond the taxing physical work that being a first responder entails, the job also requires extended and intensive work hours that extend beyond the normal 9 to 5. This amendment would amend the ACE Act to provide opportunities to vote by absentee or mail ballot to every first responder in the country, regardless of whether the state in which they currently reside offers no excuse mail balloting. I encourage my colleagues to support this essential amendment.
Yields back. Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. I would say almost all the same arguments we just made moments ago and the previous will be reserved for this amendment as well. Maybe we should have done 2 roll calls at the same time, as was suggested by my colleagues. I will be voting against this amendment as well. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentleman from Florida insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Ms. Torres. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Nope. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk?
Nope.
Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Nope. Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? No. Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. Diaz-Pasito? No. Mr. Diaz-Pasito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Aye. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres?
Aye.
Ms. Torres votes aye.
Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does Does any member seek recognition? Ms. Torres?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Without
H.
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Lee reserves a point of order. Ms. Torres is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, teachers across our nation do a indispensable job. Teachers make personal and financial sacrifices for the education of our youth. They nurture the future of our republic. In addition to their duties in the classroom, teachers often work unseen long hours, coaching teams, grading student work, leading student clubs and fellowships, preparing curriculum and lesson plans, and mentoring individual pupils. This amendment would amend the ACE Act to provide opportunities to vote by absentee or mail ballot to every teacher in the country, regardless of whether the state in which they currently reside offers no excuse mail balloting. I encourage all my colleagues to support this essential amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll begin by saying I certainly appreciate and share our colleague, Ms. Torres's appreciation for our nation's teachers and the value that they provide to our students. However, state legislatures here are the primary venues to establish rules for governing elections, as it applies to specific groups or generally. And any regulation or legal structure policy related to the provision of mailed ballots should be left to state legislatures to decide for the residents of their respective states. So for that reason, I oppose the amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Ms. Torres. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? No. Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? No. Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Aye. Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Aye. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk?
No.
Mr. Loudermilk votes no.
Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Do any members seek recognition? Ms. Torres.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment.
That's your copy. Oh, did you? Yeah. Oh, we are. We're going down, we're going DHS.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms. Torres of California. Insert after Section 3 the following. Section 4, since of
That
Congress.
objection for the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Lee reserves a point of order. Ms. Torres is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, all of us remember the deadly devastation that occurred on January 6, 2021, when violent insurrectionists terrorized these grounds and breached the U.S. Capitol's building. Our security, which was incited by the former President Donald Trump during a joint session of Congress to certify the election, the Electoral College vote for President Joe Biden. My amendment would add a sense of Congress on the peaceful transfer of power. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. This is already the law, so I don't think you need a sense of Congress for it. I'll be voting against this. Is there any further debate on the amendment? I yield back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? The gentlewoman insists on her point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Ms. Torres. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk?
No.
Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye.
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition? Mr. Kilmer.
Sure. I have an amendment. It's relating to special election requirements.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563.
That objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. The gentleman, Mr. Kilmer, is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this amendment relates to a topic that came up during the hearing we had with the Capitol Police and also some of the work that the Modernization Subcommittee has done. In the last Congress, we had a hearing related to the continuity of Congress, which is a morbid topic and one we don't like to think a lot about. God forbid there is an attack on several members of Congress. When we had the hearing in this hearing room during the Modernization Committee, Mike Bishop testified that he was on the baseball field and on the train that derailed on the way to the conference retreat. Even more horrifying is the potential for a mass casualty event, State of the Union, that type of thing. Our existing rules would leave us without a functional government for a period of at least a few months while special elections occur. Obviously, you know, at a time of national crisis, that is a real problem. What's more, under the existing laws, states are required to hold special elections within 49 days if there were a mass casualty event. When the Modernization Committee had a hearing on this, we heard from several state election officials that they just couldn't do it. That if you think about the filing period, printing ballots, making sure you're getting ballots to military voters, then counting the ballots, then general election, same thing, right? They said it was not feasible. So this amendment simply would allow us to learn more about the ability of states or the inability of states to meet that current requirement. I will just say additionally and separately, and I know I've talked to Ms. Bice about this, I've talked to Chairman Stile about this, I've talked to the chair of the Constitution Subcommittee of Judiciary, which exists, and let them know I want to continue this conversation around how we ensure the operation of this body in the aftermath of a crisis, and I certainly invite all of my colleagues' collaboration on that. But we're hoping to get a bill put together and invite you to join me. But this is simply a GAO study to look at the capacity to meet the current requirements and what would happen if there were the need for this urgent special election. So I'd urge support and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. We've had a great conversation on this, substantively trying to solve a pretty substantive and real issue. I appreciate the seriousness with which you've brought this amendment. I think it's actually something completely worthy of the study. I think the way you've presented it is very thoughtful, and I'm going to urge support of the amendment. Maybe then we go out on a kumbaya moment after bipartisanship, but that's up to your side, not mine. And I'll yield back. I'll recognize Ms. Bice for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my colleague and subcommittee chair, Kilmer, for bringing this forward. I think particularly for Oklahoma, we have some challenges because we don't allow for appointments, interim appointments, should a member be unavailable to serve in that capacity. And so looking at how long those timelines would be for someone to be replaced, I think is important and necessary. And so I want to thank you for bringing this forward and for your seriousness in this conversation. And I will be definitely supporting the bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Murphy is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Kilmer for his serious amendment. It's deeply appreciated that we do this seriously. I was in a special election. I was replaced. A Democratic governor kept it as long as possible until the election could be held to replace his seat, to replace the Republican seat. Again, I appreciate you taking this hearing seriously and this serious amendment, and I'm happy to support it.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Loudermilk is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last
Thank
word.
you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Mr. Kilmer bringing this up. As Mike Bishop, I was on the baseball field at the same time. I was on the same train. That really gave us a moment to pause and think. There could have been a significant loss of the number of members in Congress after that event, had not things gone the way if they could have easily gone a lot worse. And so I appreciate this amendment. I think it's well thought out. It's not rushing into it, but asking for a study for us to come up with some solution, because continuity of this branch of government, of our Article I powers, is going to be very important as we go forward. And so I urge support. I think this is a good amendment, and we can on a bipartisan basis agree on this, so thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does this gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Mr. Kilmer. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Had to think twice there. We are on a roll.
Thanks for being serious.
Appreciate your work on it. Does any member seek recognition?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the
The
desk.
clerk will distribute the amendment.
One at a time.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Mr. Morelli of New York.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Lee reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There has been a great deal of conversation around the question of security in elections, and one of the great threats to election security is in the question of foreign government interference and when foreign government tries to intervene in our elections. Clearly, I think most people, most Americans would agree that when that happens, it ought to be reported to law enforcement, the FBI, the FEC, and that is the norm that most campaigns should already follow. So this proposed amendment simply codifies that norm. The amendment requires candidates and officials, agents, and employees of political committees registered with the FEC to report certain contacts with foreign governments and those closely affiliated with foreign governments, such as foreign political parties, those on the sanctions list, but only when those contacts involve discussions about illegal campaign spending or coordination or collaboration in connection with an election. And the duty to report applies to contacts that are with a covered foreign national, which is defined as a foreign government or foreign political party, an agent of such foreign government or political party, and any person on the list of specifically designated nationals, blocked persons maintained by the Office of Foreign Assets Control of the Department of the Treasury. In other words, individuals such as oligarchs on the sanctions list. And just to be clear, to guard against an overreach here, the bill has a knowledge requirement. In order to trigger the FBI and FEC reporting requirements, a candidate or the individual who's affiliated with the campaign needs to know, to have reason to know, or reasonably believe that a conversation is with a covered national, a foreign government, and the other folks that I identified, and must know or have reason to know or reasonably believe that it involves an offer for unlawful campaign spending or coordination or collaboration with the foreign government. So the amendment requires campaigns and other political action committees to establish compliance and training programs so that everyone is on notice about the requirements. And this, as I said at the top, is essentially the norm that most people follow, but this would codify that norm. So I'd urge adoption of the amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Is there further, gentleman yields back, is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Bice is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am going to be voting no on this amendment for the simple fact that, Mr. Morelli, I'm disappointed that you would put forward an amendment, a 15-page amendment with serious implications without any ability to really research or ask any questions about the impact of this potential amendment. So for that reason and that reason alone, I'm voting no. I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Dr. Murphy is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
DC now, foreigners are allowed to vote, and this is asking foreign people not to interfere in our elections, so it's a little bit hypocritical to me. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll vote no.
Is there further debate on the amendment? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Again, this has some of the penalties that give me pause as it relates to germaneness. I think there's substance here, so I'm inclined to allow it to go through, to allow the vote to take place. I would note in the ACE Act, there are some really good, robust provisions of closing loopholes of foreign interference of money coming into U.S. elections, in particular where foreign nationals are currently, through a loophole, allowed to contribute into 501c4 entities, which can then launder those funds into a super PAC that have direct impact on our elections. The ACE Act closes that loophole. That, I think, is a really thoughtful approach. This, I think, is worthy of our future consideration, and I'd be more than happy to work with the member, Mr. Morelli, as we look at other ways, in addition to the work we're doing in the ACE Act, to prevent foreign interference in our elections, which is a project worthy of our time. That said, I will be voting no on the underlying amendment. I yield back, or is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
I withdraw the point of order, Mr. Chairman.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Mr. Morelli. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, there were some late yeses, but the noes overwhelmed, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote is ordered, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Ms. Bice?
No.
Ms. Bice votes no. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Carey?
No.
Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Aye. Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Aye. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Aye. Ms. Torres votes aye. Dr. Murphy?
No.
Dr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
Can I have an inquiry? Is there a heater in that room? Is that why they keep going back there? 'Cause it's
No, I'm 60 and I have a prostate problem.
There being no parliamentary inquiry, there'll be no further debate on that topic. But
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Sewell has been recognized as an amendment at the desk, and the clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
12 in a row.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 45.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Lee reserves a point of order. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes to support the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The First and 14th Amendment protect the freedom of to vote for all Americans and bar states and localities for unduly burdening that right. In particular, we must make voting accessible for veterans who have served our country and defended against these threats to American democracy. The ACE Act threatens to interfere with the right by taking away a crucial method of casting a ballot for voters who cannot travel to the polling station on Election Day by requiring state-banned community ballot collection in order to make use of federal funds for elections. Community ballot collection, or what the ACE Act refers to as ballot harvesting, is when a voter designates a third party, such as a family member, a friend, neighbor, caretaker, or other community member, to deliver their voted mail or absentee ballot in a sealed envelope to the post office, ballot drop box, or election officials on their behalf. This provides voters with a safe and accessible way to cast a ballot. This option is particularly important for voters who cannot travel to the polling station due to a disability or their health, as well as for military and first responders who, due to the demands of their work, may not be able to get to the polling stations on Election Day. This amendment would modify the ACE Act's ban on the use of federal funds for elections in states that permit community ballot collections by creating an exemption for wounded or disabled voters, allowing wounded or disabled voters to designate an individual of their choice to deliver their voted ballot to the appropriate election official, ballot drop box, or the post office. It would protect wounded and disabled voters, disabled veterans' freedom to vote by giving them the power to choose how they will cast their ballots, including the freedom to ask a trusted individual of their choice to deliver their voted ballot to the appropriate election official if they so choose. This is a common sense amendment, and I ask my colleagues to support it.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Lee is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word. And there are several points that I would make that I think are pertinent to this particular amendment. First is, it bears noting that the American Confidence in Elections Act actually contains a number of provisions to ensure that we are allowing our men and women who are serving overseas, our military members, to vote securely, and that we are making voting accessible to them. It directs the GAO to conduct an analysis of military voting administration and report those findings to Congress. On the particular subject of ballot harvesting, I would note that we know that this process can, in some instances, result in coercion and intimidation. And it is not something that is encouraged by the ACE Act. And finally, would note again that this type of voting, to involve ourselves in the methods and process of voting in the states, is an improper use of our federal authority, where clearly our United States Constitution leaves to states principal responsibility for administering elections. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentlewoman insist on her point of order?
I withdraw the point of order, Mr. Chairman.
If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, this is a no have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy?
No.
Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? No. Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey?
No.
Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. Diaz-Pasito? No. Mr. Diaz-Pasito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell?
Aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer?
Aye.
Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Aye. Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 7 noes.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms. Sewell of Alabama in Section 908A of the Help America Vote Act of
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Lee has reserved a point of order. The gentlewoman, Ms. Sewell, is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, we just discussed the importance of guaranteeing wounded and disabled veterans the freedom to vote in the manner that they choose. This applies equally to voters with disability. This amendment would modify the ACE Act's ban on the use of federal funds for elections in states that permit community ballot collection by creating an exception for voters with disabilities and allowing them to designate an individual of their choice to deliver their voted ballot to the appropriate election official, ballot drop box, or post office. As I said before, the First and the 14th Amendment of the Constitution protects the fundamental right to vote, including the right of all Americans to vote safely and accessibly. This is a common sense amendment, and I'm asking all of my colleagues to vote in favor of it.
Gentlewoman yields back. To further debate on the amendment, Ms. Lee is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as we noted on the last amendment, there are two primary reasons that I would oppose this particular amendment. One, the American Confidence in Elections Act actually seeks to discourage the practice of ballot harvesting. We know that in some cases this practice is abused. It can be used to coerce or intimidate voters. And second, this is the type of decision that is soundly left to the discretion of states who do have primary responsibility for deciding the time, place, and manner of their elections, including the methods by which their citizens may lawfully vote. So for these reasons, Mr. Chairman, I oppose the amendment and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, does the gentleman insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
Seeing none, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'm going to ask for a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy?
No.
Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice?
No.
Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell?
Aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer?
Aye.
Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Aye. Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk?
Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 7 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member wish to seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Morelli is recognized.
Yes, sir, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. I just wanted like something. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Mr. Morelli of New York.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of
Ms.
order.
Lee reserves a point of order. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
I think it's my amendment. No, it's okay.
Apologize.
You're so used to me
Sorry.
giving a
You
minute.
know, everybody's jumping in. Mr. Morelli is recognized
Yes,
for
sir.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is a sense of Congress on a deeply disturbing issue for many Americans, most Americans, recognize the harm that the Dobbs decision has inflicted and will continue to inflict on American democracy and the ability of women to participate equally in the political process. And the participation of women in American democracy is essential to the success of this nation. When women succeed, America succeeds. As I mentioned earlier, I come from Rochester, New York, home of Susan B. Anthony, who devoted her life to the equality of women in this country and fought very hard, was arrested for having participated in the 1872 election, And the United States Constitution now makes it clear. The 19th Amendment, which Susan B. Anthony fought so hard for, bars the federal government and the states from abridging or denying the right to vote on account of sex. The amendment was hard fought, represents our country's commitment to ensuring women can participate wholly and equally in American democracy. It is Congress's responsibility to ensure women have equal access to the ballot. The 19th Amendment gives us the authority to enact legislation enforcing its provisions. The Supreme Court's decision last June in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, which ripped away the fundamental right to bodily autonomy for women in the United States, sets this country on a dangerous backslide in its commitment to women's equal participation in American democracy. The decision and the flood of anti-choice laws passed in its wake are a threat to the health of women and American democracy. Abortion rates are essential to democracy. Threats to democracy are intimately intertwined with attacks on reproductive freedom. The states that have introduced anti-voter laws over the past decade are the same ones who have enacted anti-choice policies. The pattern is clear. For example, Texas's omnibus voter suppression bill, SB 1, took effect the same day as its near-total abortion ban, SB 8. Missouri was similarly one of the first states to outlaw nearly all abortions when its 2019 trigger law took effect in the wake of Dobbs. At the same time, the state passed its omnibus voter suppression bill, part of which were later enjoined by a state court for violating the Missouri Constitution. Georgia's near-total abortion ban also coincided with the passage of SB 202, one of the most restrictive anti-voter laws in the country. Women of color are disproportionately harmed by these measures and these policies. For the health of American democracy, which we must ensure, women have the ability to participate fully and equally in the political process and to exercise their freedom to vote. By recognizing the harm done by the Dobbs decision, this amendment is a step toward that goal, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support this very important and sensible amendment. With that, I yield.
Does any other member seek recognition? Does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman. A point of order here because this amendment is not germane to the American Confidence in Elections Act, and it falls outside of the jurisdiction of this committee and belongs more appropriately in the consideration of the Judiciary Committee.
In the opinion of the chair, I agree. The amendment is not germane.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I move to lay the appeal on the table. Actually, would Stephanie?
To lay the appeal on the table, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The question is on the motion to table. The motion is not debatable. As many are in favor of the motion to table, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
The question is on the motion to table. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
Aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith? Aye. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Dr. Murphy?
Aye.
Dr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Bice? Yes. Ms. Bice votes aye. Mr. Carey? Aye. Mr. Carey votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito? Yes. Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Sewell?
No.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Mr. Kilmer? No. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Ms. Torres? No. Ms. Torres votes no. Mr. Loudermilk?
Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 7 ayes and 4 noes.
The motion to table is approved. The amendment is dispensed with. Does any member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the
Without
nature...
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Lee reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment that's before us is similar to one that we heard from Ms. Sewell that related to the importance of ensuring, in that case, wounded and disabled veterans and others with disabilities have the freedom to vote in the manner in which they choose. And voters who live in nursing homes, skilled nursing facilities, assisted living facilities likewise commonly struggle to make it to polling places due to health issues, physical health issues, or lack of access to adequate transportation. In my home state, and I appreciate the constant reminders of the role states play in elections, in my state, there is no impediment on people being able to help individuals cast absentee ballots. But this bill in front of us, the ACE Act, would in fact reduce or eliminate federal funding for any state like New York that chooses to allow senior citizens to get help and others to get help when they submit their ballots through the mail by virtue of absentee ballot. And despite the claims to the contrary, in the 9 hearings we held, I didn't hear one single piece of evidence or knowledge of any coercion in those hearings by people who casted absentee ballots and were assisted by others. So to me, this is something that should be left to the states. I think we ought to ensure that people living all across this country who live in nursing homes, skilled nursing facilities, that we enable those voters to safely and securely exercise vote. So the amendment modifies the ACE Act's ban on the use of federal funds for elections in states that permit community ballot collection by creating an exception for voters who live in these facilities and allowing them to designate an individual of their choice to deliver their voted ballot to the appropriate election official, ballot drop box in those states that have them, or to the post office. And again, I would say I have significantly large communities in my community, Jewish Senior Life, St. Anne's Senior Life, the Episcopal Home, many not-for-profit nursing homes, and those individuals do help residents of those homes to be able to cast their ballot. I want to make sure that we continue to allow federal funds to be used to support those, not only in my state that allow it, but all across America. I think this is the right thing to do to ensure that people continue to exercise their franchise. And with that, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this provision, this is another amendment that relates to the concept of ballot harvesting. And I would note here, too, I also represent a state with a large population of seniors and voters who are in assisted living facilities and other. And would note here that this practice, we know it has been abused and can lead to inappropriate levels of pressure that are placed on voters to hand in their ballots, and in some cases can also lead to coercion, intimidation, and abuse. And these are some of our most vulnerable voters. So I do oppose this amendment and the practice of ballot harvesting, particularly as it relates to our seniors and those who are most in need of protection. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Recognize myself for 5 minutes. I just note to the gentleman, I appreciate the interest in making sure we can get seniors to vote. Absolutely essential. The key here is getting it right. In the state of Wisconsin, in my congressional district, there's actually an issue at a nursing home as it relates to this specific issue. So it's all about making sure we're empowering the states to get this right so that people are able to vote, but they're not done, that is not done in a way that is coercive to anyone, in particular some of our most vulnerable people, those in the senior population who may be at a nursing home or an assisted living facility. We also have mechanisms inside the ACE Act to make sure we're providing these resources to senior citizens. The key here is that the state should be taking the lead. I'll be opposing the amendment. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentlewoman from Florida insists on her point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment by Mr. Morelli. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The opinion is shared. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy?
No.
Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice?
No.
Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey?
No.
Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell?
Aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer?
Aye.
Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk?
No.
Mr. Loudermilk votes no.
Does anyone wish to change their vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without
substitute.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Does the gentlewoman from Florida?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Lee reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, in line with the last few amendments that we've offered, tries to identify groups of voters who have particular challenges at times getting to the ballot and may need to vote by ballot, absentee ballot, otherwise, and it'll allow them to identify an individual that would help them with community ballot collection. This one relates to active duty military personnel, and we continue to talk about how we need to protect our brave military members who put their lives literally on the line for this country. This amendment does help them make sure that they also fulfill their responsibilities and protects their rights to vote. The amendment would help ensure active duty service members have the freedom to choose how to return their voted ballot, allowing them the opportunity to select a trusted individual to deliver their ballot and to make certain that federal funds are not restricted to those states. Again, trying to ensure that states have the right to do what they think is the appropriate thing, and they should not be barred from being able to allow individuals to help in the delivery of their voted ballot. So I would ask this very reasonable amendment to be considered favorably, and with that, I'll yield.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Yes.
Ms. Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just like to begin by acknowledging and commending the ranking member's concern for making sure that our UOCAVA voters, namely our men and women serving overseas, have access to and the ability to participate in our nation's elections, and would note that the American Confidence in Elections Act actually contains numerous provisions specifically related to ensuring that we are delivering those ballots, that we are getting those ballots cast and getting them returned in a way that is efficient, that is secure, and that provides access to our overseas and military voters. We are commissioning a study directing the GAO to conduct a full analysis of military voting administration and report their findings back to us so that Congress may review and address anywhere that we need to improve that process for the benefit of the men and women who are serving this country overseas. So,
Would the gentle lady yield just for a question?
no, but I will at this time, Mr. Chairman, yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to yield my time to the ranking member.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell. I'll just make the point again that we appreciate the study and all the language dedicated to our commitment notwithstanding. It still seems to me that under the bill that you've asked us to consider, federal funds would be prohibited to be used for in those states where individuals could be tapped by active duty military personnel to help them cast the ballot. I don't think there's any dispute on that, and what we're suggesting is those barriers to voting should be lifted, particularly for certain groups of Americans, and we think active duty personnel should be included in that. With that, I yield back to Ms. Sewell and thank her for her indulgence.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
I withdraw the point of order, Mr.
If
Chairman.
not, the question is on the amendment from Mr. Morelli. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? No. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy?
No.
Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? No. Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye.
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment, the
Without
nature.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Lee reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, in line with previous attempts to make certain that those individuals who may have challenges in casting ballots and choose to vote by absentee or by mail be allowed to have people assist them in the collection and submission of those ballots. This amendment deals with first responders. We talk often about the importance of first responders. You know, many are tied up now for days, if not weeks, with the kinds of threats that the climate crisis has delivered, wildfires or floods, natural disasters, and need to cast their ballots because they're on duty and they're responding to crises. So this would allow individuals to designate a trusted individual to be able to cast their ballot for them, and any barriers placed in the way of that by the ACE Act should be eliminated, and I hope we would have colleagues join us in this common sense amendment to the bill. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Lee is recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would just note that this proposed amendment is another effort at provisions related to ballot harvesting, which, for the reasons previously stated on prior amendments, is something that is a practice that can and has been abused around our country. It can lead to inappropriate levels of pressure on voters, and is something that in many states, states are seeking to discourage as opposed to encourage. It is not an amendment that I would support as a helpful provision related to the American Confidence in Election Act, and of course, as has been previously noted, as to provisions related to ballot harvesting. The manner and collection of ballots, receipt of ballots, is something that is appropriately left to states to individually determine pursuant to our Constitution. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentlewoman insist on her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Mr. Morelli. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile.
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith.
No.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy.
No.
Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice. No. Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey.
No.
Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito. No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee. No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell.
Aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer.
Aye.
Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres. Aye. Ms. Torres votes aye.
Looks at us and says, what the hell are they doing?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member wish to seek recognition?
The desk?
Ms. Sewell has amended the desk. It's on the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment.
Without
the nature-
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Lee reserves the point of order. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment strikes in its entirety Subtitle D of the bill, through which Republicans would impose their wish lists of restrictive voting policies upon the District of Columbia. Mr. Chairman, elections in Washington, D.C. are among the most accessible and democratic in our country. For example, their pro-voter registration policies have resulted in D.C. having the highest voter registration rates in the nation at 96%. But they are also among the most secure. Even the conservative Heritage Foundation's election fraud cases database lists 0 instances of voter fraud in Washington, D.C. since 1979. If elections in Washington, D.C. lack integrity, it is not because of fraud or insecure election procedures. It is because 500,000 D.C. residents are being denied full voting representation in Congress. But if we are being honest, we know that this section of the ACE Act isn't really about D.C. It's about providing a template for other states to impose extreme, suppressive, restrictive voter laws. By overhauling D.C.'s voting laws through the ACE Act, the Republicans would strip away many of these essential tools that allow so many D.C. residents to participate in our democracy. Mr. Chairman, Washington, D.C. has the right to political self-determination. I strongly urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Chairman, if I may.
Mr. D'Esposito is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Yeah, I just want to share a few facts on elections in D.C., who they've clearly been a disaster. In 2012, the District of Columbia was completely unprepared for early voters. Several polling places had only 1 or 2 voting machines, forcing voters to stand in line for hours. Polling places were not accessible for the disabled. Election workers were poorly trained, and some voters were given ballots with incorrect addresses, which allowed them to vote in races in other wards. In the 2014 Democratic primary, voters had to wait for hours after polls closed before receiving meaningful election returns because of problems with voting machines. After the 2014 midterms, an audit of the election found 23 of the 89 precincts visited did not have the minimum number of poll workers. 168 workers did not even show up to work. 37 of 89 precincts inspected were not fully accessible to the disabled. 57 of the 89 featured equipment issues affecting a wide range of election day technology. In 2016, the D.C. auditor released a report that found that in 2015, the Board of Elections sent out written notices to 260,000 inactive voters through the U.S. Postal Service. I can go on and on. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Lee is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the great opportunities in the American Confidence in Elections Act is that when we know best practices, when we've had the opportunity to look around the states and see what's working, that we can use those practices here. My colleague, Mr. D'Esposito, just outlined some of the challenges, some of the failures that we've seen in District of Columbia elections, and the ACE Act gives us an opportunity to take the District of Columbia from a place that is demonstrating significant and in some cases very concerning failures, and instead make it a model of good election policies and practices that can be an example for the nation of strong policy and implementation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Yes, sir. Strike the last word. I just note that for all of the conversation about local control, state control, the District of Columbia, which desperately would like to be a state, which we have supported on this side of the aisle, will continue to do that. But the principles should be the same. What happened to self-determination? What happened to those at that level being able to make judgments about how to run their elections? So we'll micromanage only in places where we find it convenient to micromanage. Otherwise, we should keep our hands off of that. And I think this attempt to micromanage Washington in its elections, particularly in light of reports such as the Heritage Report, which found 0 deficiencies in the way they conduct their elections, to be a dramatic overreach. And I think there is a double standard which is clearly on display here. And with that, I'll yield back.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just say this. Any municipality that has allowed foreign nationals, such as members of the Chinese Communist Party or Russian nationals, those which would seek our downfall, to vote in local elections, in my opinion, have forfeited their ability to contest the Constitution, which clearly states D.C. is not allowed to be a state.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Torres is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I support this amendment. It's really unfortunate to hear my colleagues on one hand pretend to support voters and voter outreach, and on the other hand oppress D.C. voters. D.C. voters are the perfect example of taxation without representation. The community here in D.C. has more residents than some of our states, some states combined, I would dare say. It is really unfortunate. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate? Mr. Griffith is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Speaking to the amendment. U.S. Constitution related to D.C. to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district not exceeding 10 square miles as may, by cession of particular states and acceptance of Congress, become the seat of government of the United States and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, docks, yards, and other needful buildings. And now I reference that because I recognize the concerns that have been raised here with folks not having the right to vote, but D.C. is a special circumstance referenced and created in our Constitution. And a section of Virginia, my home state, was given to be part of D.C., as was a section of Maryland given to be part of the District of Columbia, the seat of government. Trying to solve these problems several years ago, and I've reintroduced it in this Congress, I came up with a bill that covers all the dots, it crosses all the T's and dots all the I's, and it allows for a retrocession, in other words, a return of the land that came from Maryland to be returned to Maryland. Now, as you all may recall, the section of Virginia that Virginia ceded to the federal government to become the seat of government, the District of Columbia, was retrocessed in the 1800s, the 19th century. I think to solve the issue that comes up on voting and having the right to vote of so many citizens, it was never anticipated there would be this many citizens. But it's not right to suddenly create a whole new state out of an existing state, even though Maryland ceded the land, or as the word says, cession of the particular land to the federal government. It did so for the right of a federal government-controlled area to be the seat of government. If we want to relook at that, I suggest people read my bill. It's a nice little bill. We've got everything covered to cover employees, et cetera, et cetera. It's not something we just slapdash put together. It is a well-thought-out bill. I think it is the right answer to a problem that this nation has when you take a look at the hundreds of thousands of people in D.C. who do not have representation in the halls of the United States House of Representatives and should. I don't disagree with that. But statehood is not the right way to do it. Retrocession is the right way to do it. I say let's give it back to Maryland with one little teeny area from the Capitol to the White House. And I believe our numbers showed it was there. We can't find anybody that lives there for sure, but maybe 2 or 3 people at most would be disenfranchised as opposed to the hundreds of thousands that are currently disenfranchised. So I look forward to my colleagues looking at the bill and letting me know that they'd like to co-sponsor it, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Per the comment on the disconnect here, I think it's actually pretty straightforward. As my colleague Mr. Griffith said, Article 1 of the United States Constitution, all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested to Congress of the United States, which shall consist of the House and the Senate. And then right there in Article 8, to exercise legislation in all cases whatsoever over the district. And then, of course, the cleanup would be the 10th Amendment. The power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution or prohibited by it to the states, which, of course, would be the power designated by it under Article 1, Section 8, are reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people. So, therefore, the other portions of this are properly vested. So what we're doing is, I think, actually being pretty strict constructionists of the United States Constitution, or a pretty clean read of why we're doing it. Why is it important, though? I would say anybody, if you vote for this amendment, my reading is you're supportive of allowing non-citizens to vote in the nation's capital, in particular to allow a Russian embassy worker who's a Russian national, who's been in the district for 30 days, to not only be able to vote for mayor next year in 2024, but if you read who's qualified to be mayor in Washington, D.C., it's anyone that's an eligible voter. So if you take that the step further, which is legal under the current law, if we don't change it, you could be a Russian national working at the Russian embassy, an adversary to the United States of America. You wouldn't need a photo ID to vote, but you would be able to go down and vote for yourself for mayor. Holy smokes, time to clean this thing up. We can go in and look at how Washington, D.C. sent ballots out to their entire voter roll list in 2020 unsolicited, and to the disaster that that created. You can just simply talk to people in Washington, D.C. on how many homes had multiple live ballots mailed to them because the voter rolls aren't properly maintained. We go back and look when the D.C. audit occurred on the voter roll, and they analyzed the number of people who had passed away and whether or not they had been correctly removed from the voter roll, and they failed their own audit. The problems with Washington, D.C.'s elections are well documented. The laws that have been passed as it relates to voting in the nation's capital, I think are actually pretty hard for people to fully appreciate how poorly they were drafted. And the importance of this section is to get our nation's capital back on track. I think it's pretty rational to say that we can have photo ID in our nation's capital. To say that we're going to reserve voting in our nation's capital for U.S. citizens. To make sure that we're protecting individuals' rights to vote right here in our nation's capital. And the Constitution, which I keep with me, makes it pretty clear how the statutory authority exists for us to do that, and the constitutional authority exists for us to do that, and why I'm also under the 10th Amendment, such a strong believer that the federal government should not have a federal takeover of our elections, but should allow the states to control our elections. Where the ACE Act, I think, really hits the nail on the head is it's giving the power and the tools to the states to be able to do their job to enhance voter integrity. And as we saw in this committee, all of those who went to Georgia on Monday saw was the empirical data of what happens when you put in place strong voter integrity legislation. What happens is the exact opposite of the claims of the radical left, of Joe Biden calling it Jim Crow 2.0. What we saw was more people participating. And you saw the Georgia survey show that people were happy with the results. And so it's saying, the empirical data here is showing that the ACE Act is needed to provide tools to the states for them to be able to do their job. It's needed to protect our First Amendment rights, and it's needed to clean up the challenges that exist in our nation's capital as a result for voting. So I can't fathom voting in support of this amendment. I would encourage a no vote, and I'll yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentlewoman from Florida maintain her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
Seeing none, the question is on the amendment from Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell this time, thank you. From Ms. Sewell, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I would request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Carey? Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 7 noes.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms. Torres of California.
Without objection, for the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms.
Torres.
Yeah, Torres. I wasn't sure who had introduced it this time. Ms. Torres is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this is Election Security 101. If Republicans are serious about protecting the integrity of American elections, restricting access of foreign powers to non-public campaign material would have been at the very top of the list of priorities. This amendment defines non-public campaign materials as campaign material produced or paid for by a political candidate or a committee and not made available to the general public or otherwise in the public domain. I think ensuring foreign powers do not have access to material that has not been shared with the American people is common sense. We need to look no further than the 2016 presidential election to see the enormous and far-reaching consequences of foreign interference in our elections. The restriction proposed by the amendment is a necessary step in the honest fight to ensure the integrity of our elections. I yield back.
The gentlewoman has yielded. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment by Ms. Torres from California. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A roll call vote has been ordered, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile? Mr. Loudermilk?
No.
Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition? The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk, please distribute the amendment.
Thank you.
Since the clerk has exceeded his step limit for today, the clerk will please report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms. Torres of California. Insert at the appropriate...
Without objection, the further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Torres is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, we need look no further than the 2016 presidential election to see the enormous and far-reaching consequences. Sorry. Reading the wrong one, sorry. Mr. Chairman, this amendment bars those individuals who have been convicted of crimes related to the January 6th insurrection from entering the United States Capitol until the completion of their sentence. Mr. Chairman, on January 6, 2021, our democracy was under siege by a violent mob seeking to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. Many of us were here and witnessed how fragile our republic is. Those responsible for the attack on the Capitol must be held accountable, and many of them have been. 1 week ago, we reached 30 months since the attack on the Department of Justice, and the Department of Justice provided an update.
Mr. Chairman, The language I have in front of me does not match the lady's
You're
comments.
correct. I'm reading the wrong one.
It happens.
It's so cold in here that my fingers have defrosted, but my brain is still frozen. Mr. Chairman, if I may begin again.
You may, we'll pause the time that you had. You may start again.
We need to look no further than the 2016 presidential election, Mr. Chairman, to see the enormous and far-reaching consequences of foreign interference in our election. The restriction proposed by the amendment is a necessary step in the honest fight to ensure the integrity of our elections. We know that disinformation campaigns by foreign powers often intentionally target communities of color. For example, NPR reported in October 2020 that Black and Latino voters were being flooded with disinformation in the final days before the election, in which the intent was unmistakable to depress turnout among people of color by fueling distrust in the political process. Foreign disinformation campaigns and the implicit and sometimes explicit endorsement of such campaigns by any member of the Republican Party remain a key mechanism by which people of color continue to be cut out of the democratic process. States should be notified of such campaigns so they can inform their voters and take appropriate countermeasures. This benefits not only the states, but our entire country by ensuring that fair elections and the results of which are reflective on the entire citizenry. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Is there any further debate on this amendment? Does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
The question is on the amendment from Ms. Torres from California. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote is ordered, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk?
No.
Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres?
Aye.
Ms. Torres votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Do any members wish to seek recognition? Chair recognizes Ms. Torres.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment. So it's germane to the committee, but not to the bill. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Torres is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment bars those individuals who have been convicted of crimes related to the January 6th insurrection from entering the U.S. Capitol until the completion of their sentence. Mr. Chairman, on January 6, 2021, our democracy was under siege by a violent mob seeking to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. Those responsible for the attack on the Capitol must be held accountable, and many of them have been. 1 week ago, we reached 30 months since the attack on the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice provided an update on its wide-ranging investigation and prosecutions. More than 1,000 defendants have been charged with crimes ranging from destruction of government property, obstructing an official proceeding, assaulting an officer, including through the use of a deadly weapon, and even seditious conspiracy. Almost 600 individuals have pled guilty to federal crimes committed on that day, with more almost certainly to come. For crimes committed on January 6, these individuals should not be permitted to enter the United States Capitol ever again. But at that very least, these individuals should be prohibited from entering the Capitol until they complete their sentence. And I encourage my colleagues to support what should be a non-controversial amendment. Back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia for 5
I thank
minutes.
the gentleman for letting me speak to this. I just have several questions. The concept does make some sense, but I just quickly looked up the trespassing laws in D.C. And normally, when one is in a situation that occurred, like what occurred on January 6th, you're advised not to come back on the property. Thus, that would make it trespassing if they returned. So I think that the gentlelady inadvertently has reduced the amount of punishment that an individual could get for coming to the Capitol, because if they're trespassing, it is up to 6 months in jail, it's a misdemeanor, and up to a $1,000 fine, which is what she's proposing, is a $1,000 fine, but is removing the up to 6 months in jail. And I would think that the gentlelady would not intend to reduce the punishment and create confusion in the law and reduce the punishment for somebody returning to the Capitol who's previously been prohibited.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I believe that this amendment is not germane to the subject matter of the bill.
I agree with the gentlewoman from Florida. I think it's pretty clear that this amendment, portions of it may be germane to this committee via the access to the Capitol. However, it is clearly not germane to the context of the bill, and the civil penalty aspect of it is also within the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee. So I rule that this amendment is not germane.
I'd appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I move to lay the appeal on the table.
The question is on the motion to table. The motion is not debatable. As many as are in favor of the motion to table say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
I would ask for a recorded vote.
The question is on the motion to the table. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk?
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Sewell? No. Ms. Sewell votes no. Mr. Kilmer? No. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Ms. Torres?
No.
Ms. Torres votes no. Ms. Bice? Yes. Ms. Bice votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 8 ayes and 4 noes.
The amendment is laid on the table. Do any members wish to seek recognition? The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Torres.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please distribute the amendment.
This is the same one. Same one you just did. Same one.
No, there's a line marked out with a crayon.
Is it? Oh, this was assaulting a law enforcement officer, and this is good. Okay. This one is assaulting a law enforcement, and this one's convicted of crimes. It's the same number, though. Oh, no, it isn't.
This amendment pertains specifically to law enforcement.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment, the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms. Torres of California. Insert after Section 139, the following new section.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves a point of order. Ms. Torres is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment bars those individuals who have been convicted of assaulting, resisting, or impeding a law enforcement officer during the January 6th insurrection from entering the U.S. Capitol until the completion of their sentence. Mr. Chairman, while I am disappointed by the outcome of the vote of my previous amendment, I hope that we can agree on a more narrow amendment applying only to those convicted of assaulting a law enforcement officer. This is not an exercise. Just last week, the Department of Justice reported that approximately 110 defendants have been charged with using a deadly or dangerous weapon or causing serious bodily injury to an officer during the insurrection of January 6th. A total of 68 of those who have pleaded guilty to felonies have pleaded to federal charges of assaulting a law enforcement officer. Again, my amendment only applies to those individuals who have been convicted of the crime of assaulting a law enforcement officer, and the ban on entering the Capitol only applies until the completion of their sentence. In recognition of the brave officers who fought to defend the Capitol and many of us on January 6th, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Is there further debate on this amendment? Does the gentlewoman from Florida insist on her point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. This amendment is not germane to the underlying bill.
The chair agrees that this, again, is, portions of it may be germane to the jurisdiction of this committee. However, it is not germane to the subject matter of the bill, and therefore I agree that it is not germane.
I would appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to lay the appeal on the table.
The question is on the motion to table. The motion is not debatable. As many are as in favor of the motion to table, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The question is on the motion to table. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk?
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes no. Ms. Torres?
No.
Ms. Torres votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 7 ayes and 4 noes.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4563, offered by Ms. Torres of California.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, the rights protected by the First Amendment are at the core of who we are as Americans. Freedom of religion, freedom of the press, our right to protest and to petition our government. All of these are foundational to who we are as people. The freedom of speech, similarly, is critically important. The Supreme Court has made it clear that First Amendment protections do not allow for rhetoric that is so malicious that it causes violence and harm. This is clear. The First Amendment does not protect against criminal liability or incitement to violence. And as we saw with former President Trump's rhetoric on January 6, 2021, his words, especially from those in positions of power, have meaning, and they also have consequences. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment that would clarify this important part of the First Amendment case law. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I think we're entering silly land late in the evening. I'll be voting against this amendment. I yield back. Any further debate on the amendment? Seeing none? All those in favor signify by... apologize. There's a gentleman from Florida. I forgot about the point of order that was being held. Does the gentleman from Florida insist on a point of order?
No, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Ms. Torres. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Roll call vote has been ordered. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Laudermilk? No. Mr. Laudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? No. Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Aye. Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer? Aye. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Bice? No. Ms. Bice votes no. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to...
Objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Oklahoma seek recognition.
Seeking point of order.
Gentlewoman reserves the point of order. Mr. Morelli is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is pretty straightforward. It clarifies Congress' authority under Article 1, Section 4 clause of the United States Constitution, often referred to as the Elections Clause, relying on the plain language of Supreme Court decisions, including those authored by Justice Antonin Scalia. And I just note that the Constitution, which we've read sections here this evening, I'll read a section, Article 1, Section 4, the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations. Having served in the New York State Legislature for 28 years, I don't know that anyone has higher regard for state government and the workings of it. The last 6 years that I served in the New York State Assembly, I served as a majority leader, and have enormous respect for legislatures, all 50 of them around this country. But there is something about reading sentences that I learned. I didn't go to fancy Ivy League college. I went to a little state college in New York, and but nonetheless, reading in plain language, the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations. So when is Congress barred from making such regulations or laws? At no time, which, and it's not just Joe Morelli and his undergraduate degree that can read that. Justice Scalia is a lion in conservative legal circles. Before becoming a judge, He worked at the law firm Jones Day and worked in several different positions in several Republican presidential administrations. He was appointed by President Ford to the District of Columbia Circuit Court and appointed to the United States Supreme Court by President Ronald Reagan. Writing for the majority in Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona, Justice Scalia made it expressly clear that the Elections Clause's substantive scope is broad. Times, places, and manner, the court has written, are comprehensive words which embrace authority to provide a complete code for congressional elections. In practice, the clause functions as a default provision. It invests the states with responsibility for the mechanics of congressional elections, but only so far as Congress declines to preempt state legislative choices. That's Justice Scalia writing, not me. Indeed, he emphasized that the power of Congress over the times, places, and manner of congressional elections is, quote, paramount and may be exercised at any time and to any extent which it deems expedient, and so far as it is exercised and no farther, the regulations affected supersede those of the state which are inconsistent therewith. The amendment would simply ensure that Justice Scalia's views are properly included in this bill to make sure that we don't read just part of that sentence of the Constitution, but the entire sentence, and want to make sure that that's clear and that people acknowledge it. And I think this amendment, which is on its face factual and true, is properly included, and I encourage all members to vote for this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Bice is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to say that while I recognize and appreciate my colleague from New York, I would say that in Oklahoma, the election system that we have in place, I believe, is one of, if not the best in the entire country. And I say that because I know what the outcome of our elections are on election night, unlike some of our congressional seats, especially those in New York, which we did not know for not just weeks, but months in some cases. So I believe that it is, as you mentioned, the purview of the states to be able to decide the time, place, and manner by which these elections are to be held. And the ACE Act actually does that. It reduces federal interference by prohibiting federal funds from being used for congressional campaigns. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
I-
Ms. Sewell is recognized.
I'd like to strike the last word.
Last word.
You know, I agree with our ranking member on this amendment. You know, we need to look no further than what happened to state legislatures across this country after the Shelby versus Holder decision. We saw not just deep red states, we saw states like North Dakota implement a law that seemingly on its face was not suppressive. That law was to require for voter registration physical addresses. What made it suppressive was the fact that tribal lands have post office boxes, not physical addresses, therefore suppressing and restricting the ability of those in Indian country to vote. So I think that what Scalia said, that while states do have the right to determine time, manner, and place, we have to have federal oversight when there's overreach by state legislatures. So this is a common sense amendment that needs to be clarified, I believe, and this amendment will do such, and so I support this amendment and ask my colleagues to also acknowledge that federal oversight is needed when states go awry and go amok. And right now, we don't have any ability to stop state legislatures from imposing laws that may on its face seem benign, but in effect are voter suppression laws. So that in and of itself is why I had hoped that being on this committee, we could work in a bipartisan manner to figure out a way that we can put back federal oversight when states go amok. So with that, I ask my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentlewoman insist on her point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. The vote is on the amendment from Mr. Morelli. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Do any members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of
Without
a sub-
objection, for the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Bice?
I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Bice reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment creates a commission to study the disparity in turnout and voting experience between black and white voters in elections for public offices. And I want to say, before I describe in any real, even cursory way, what the commission will consist of, I don't think there's an issue more important as a voting rights issue to study than the disparity between black and white voters. This was borne out significantly. We all have different opinions on many things, but I think it's important to note, and we heard this many times during the hearing as these statistics were noted, that there remains a pretty significant disparity in black and white voting. And in our quest, and I think this is shared by all of us here without regard to party, we would want every American to participate and to make use of the franchise. And until you have full access to the ballot, every single right that we possess is in question and danger. That is the most fundamental of all freedoms. So it seems to me, as we continue to look at trying to improve the way that Americans vote and to make it easier to access the ballot, that ongoing disparity, which is borne out in virtually every state, in local elections, that disparity exists. And so this commission, which I envision would have 12 members appointed by Democrats and Republicans in the House and Senate leadership, chairs and ranking members of both Committee on House Administration and the Senate Committee on Rules and Administration, to study and better understand the full breadth of the disparity, which will allow us to continue to develop targeted measures to address it. And the commission will have the ability to hold hearings and collect official data to do just that, and would help to better inform both houses of Congress on ways that we can close that gap. I've mentioned many times, I'm incredibly proud of the fact that Frederick Douglass, who published the North Star, a copy of which hangs on my office wall in the Capitol, that he printed that newspaper and is buried in Rochester, New York, where he lived and did some of his greatest work. And I'm proud that Frederick Douglass is a Rochesterian, as I am proud that Susan B. Anthony is a Rochesterian. And so I would like to have such a commission bear his name, and would be called the Frederick Douglass Commission, to help continue his legacy of walking the long but always righteous path towards real, full enfranchisement for all Americans. And I would strongly urge passage of this amendment by all my colleagues. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of striking the last word. One, I'm excited to know that you have a Republican hanging in your office. It's
true.
So that's good.
Well, he's
So
not
good to
hanging,
know.
but his newspaper is.
Well, the newspaper written by a Republican is hanging in your office. It's getting late, and we are in dangerous turf.
Yes, we are.
As we even discuss some of these things. I actually think the analysis that we're trying to do that you bring up, I actually think is really important. And I'd love to dive further into this as we go forward, because we were in Georgia on Monday We talked a lot about the University of Georgia survey that showed following Georgia passing voter integrity laws, what happened was higher participation. And we actually, if you look at that University of Georgia study, which has been inserted into the record, which maybe would be useful to this type of a research project, is that blacks in particular had a good voting experience, and statistically 0% had a poor voting experience. That's positive. It'd be great to continue to build on that and look at the Georgia law as maybe a framework that other states would want to use to improve the voting experience for people all across the demographic spectrums: black, white, Asian, Hispanic, veterans, women, men, the whole bucket. And so I'm supportive of the broader objectives. I think there's some really good empirical data showing when good election integrity bills move forward that people have a better voting experience. I think after the passage of the ACE Act, more and more Americans would have a positive voting experience as well. I don't know that this is the approach that we would want to take. It'd be something I'd be happy to have a conversation with. I won't be supporting this amendment in the ACE Act, but I do think a lot of empirical data shows, as it did in Georgia following the University of Georgia survey, that legislation like this, like the ACE Act, the underlying text, will actually really improve people's voting experience. And so exciting to know maybe there's something we could find in there to work on. I won't be supporting this particular commission, but happy to work on that with you. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I just wanted to, with all due respect, correct the record. I think that the reason why we had higher voter participation in Georgia wasn't because of the reforms of 202, but rather in spite of the forms of 202, African-American voters of color stood in long lines for hours on end, obviously not being able to even get a drink of water or a piece of bread. And they did so because they knew of the importance of their vote and what was at stake in their vote. That Georgia study has been cited a couple of times by yourself and others, and that was a study of 1,200 voters. And they were voters that were voting through absentee and through early voting. The point I'm trying to make is that the sample size was in no way comparative to the hundreds of thousands of people, of African Americans, that live in Fulton County and DeKalb County and other counties in Georgia. So I think that it's misleading to use that as an example of why SB 202 reform was effective, or I can't remember exactly, but the reality is that I support Ranking Member Morelli on setting up such a commission and naming it after Frederick Douglass. I hail from Selma, Alabama. It was arguably the birthplace of the voting rights, where John Lewis and others shed blood on a bridge for the equal right of all Americans to vote. And the fact of the matter is that was 58 years ago, and yet even today, there are major disparities between African American voters and white voters. And I think that if we are really to get to the bottom of that, we do need to do, commission a study. And I think a commission like this, in the name of Frederick Douglass, would be appropriate. And I hope that my colleagues would vote in favor of such an opportunity. Thanks, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? Mr. Griffiths recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I would look forward to working with my colleagues on the other side on a standalone bill to do something. I think it's great to name it for Frederick Douglass, but we need to look at disparity across the board. When the Democrat-controlled legislature and state government in Virginia at the turn from the 1800s to the 1900s, the beginning of the 20th century, created a new constitution, it was specifically designed, and by statement, they said it was designed to keep black voters and rural white Republicans, particularly in the Appalachian region of Virginia, from voting, because we had the Mountain Valley Republicans. In fact, 4 of the counties that I currently represent out of the 28 jurisdictions were pro-union during the Civil War. and they wanted to exclude all of them, we still have lower voter representation, although not a minority vote. It's a predominantly rural white district, but we still have lower participation, particularly in the Appalachian region, than we do in other parts of Virginia. And so I would hope that as we move forward working on something like this, I think it's appropriate that we look at all disparities, and wherever you see lower voter turnout, that we work to see how we can increase that. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does the gentlewoman insist on her point of order?
I withdraw the point of order.
The question is on the amendment from Mr. Morelli. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? No. Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice?
No.
Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. Diaz-Pasito? No. Mr. Diaz-Pasito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell?
Aye.
Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye.
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition? Ms. Torres.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Bice.
I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Bice reserves a point of order. Ms. Torres is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We saw voters wait in line for hours during the 2020 election. In Georgia, for example, some voters waited more than 10 hours to cast their ballot. The state of Georgia goes so far as to impose criminal penalties for persons who give or offer food or water to a voter within 150 feet of the outer edge of a polling place or within 25 feet of any voter standing in line to vote, regardless of the length of time that they spend on their feet waiting to cast their ballot. The notion that voters who send us to Congress shouldn't have the same rights as any other person to have a break and to be able to eat something is shamelessly anti-democratic. My Republican colleagues know full well that if voters in underserved communities have to wait in line for 10 hours without food or water or anyone to take care of their kids, a lot of them just aren't going to vote. This provision is just the latest attempt to govern based on a big lie and restrict the sacred right to vote. My amendment fixes that, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? Mr. Loudermilk is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure everyone understands, because there's been a lot of information about this and pointing fingers at Georgia. First of all, because of Senate Bill 202, pretty much the longest lines that people waited in this last election was about 30 minutes, which is much lower than it had been in the past. Second of all, the restrictions that were put in were not that individuals in line could not receive food or water. The issue was campaigns were actually handing out water, sometimes with the label of a candidate on the water, or they were obviously campaigning by handing out the food and the beverages to people there in line, which was in violation of Georgia election law. And so what the law clarified is that the municipality, the county government, any entity of government can provide refreshments and beverages to those who are in line, but to ensure that the people who are voting are not not given something in a campaign manner by a campaign. So Just wanted to make sure that that was clear. There is not a prohibition on food and water in Georgia. We're not trying to starve or thirst anyone or make someone want to leave the line. No, it was just to further provide enforcement of election law in Georgia. And second of all is if you do something like we have in the ACE Act here in a state, you won't have to worry about it because the lines won't be as long. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
I'd like to have time, if I might, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Ranking members recognized.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the amendment, and I'd like to yield for purposes of additional conversation, Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli, for that. Georgians do not experience long lines evenly. In federal general elections from 2014 to 2020, Black voters generally experience longer wait times, often with substantial disparities. And during the 2022 election, the racial gap in wait times was the largest of the last 3 midterm election cycles. I understand that we don't want any politicking around the polling locations. However, the state of Georgia and they are not stepping up and providing the food and water for the people. They can't even provide a ballot in time for people to vote. How are they going to provide water and food for those having to wait 10 hours? It's obvious that they don't care about the Black voters. They don't care because it is the Black voters that are waiting 10 hours in line. And if they cared anything about those Black voters, they would have purchased those bottles of water so that nonprofit organizations or political organizations don't have to provide that. I yield back.
Mr. Morelli, do you yield back?
I'm sorry, yes, I do, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition to speak on the amendment? I recognize myself for the purpose of striking the last word. I yield to the gentleman from Georgia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, here we are, misinformation that's coming forward. First of all, as I brought up, Senate Bill 202 reduced the problems within the lines, but I do agree with my colleague from California. Yes, there were long lines in Fulton County, Georgia. The Democrat-controlled areas of Georgia are the ones that we had the biggest problems, longest lines. I remember that distinctly because during the primaries of 2020, I received a call from a news agency wanting to talk to me because I was on this committee about the long lines that existed in Fulton County, which was predominantly controlled by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Senate Bill 202 in Georgia came forward to actually clean up the mess that Democrats in those counties had created, and therefore it's up to the county of Fulton County, which is still Democrat-controlled, whether they want to provide water or not. And obviously, if they're not providing it, it must be because the average wait time in most of these areas are now 30 minutes or less. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time back to you.
The gentleman yields back. Appreciate your comments. There's a lot of misinformation on this. It's one of the reasons Joe Biden got 4 Pinocchios from the Washington Post. It's one of the reasons we've had to work so hard to clarify the lies that have been told about SB 202. When we look at the empirical data, it doesn't match up with the rhetoric that was in front of it. It's also incredibly misleading for a lot of folks who've continued to say you can't have water, you can't eat, where the underlying bill in Georgia specifically addresses campaigns. And so it's an electioneering issue as determined by those people in the state of Georgia. And it does not restrict municipalities, it doesn't restrict charities. What it does is it restricts election campaigns, which is in the purview of the state of Georgia to do that. And again, if we go back and look at what was the experience of people voting in the state of Georgia, the University of Georgia survey shows that people overwhelmingly had a positive experience, and in particular, 0% of blacks had a poor experience, which means we should look at what went right and build on, I don't think we need a federal mandate as suggested in this amendment. I'll be voting no. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, I don't believe there was a point of order reserved on this previously. Did you reserve? You yielded back either way?
I believe I did, and
All
I
right,
will
we'll test
withdraw
our
if I did
memories.
not, if I did.
Without objection, the question then is on the underlying amendment from Ms. Torres. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Nay. The opinion of the chair that the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I would ask for a recorded
A
vote.
roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Mr. Griffith? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye.
Does any member seek to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 3 ayes and 7 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment.
May I, Mr. Chair, while they're distributing it, I do want to offer my thanks to you and to the members of the majority. And while this is certainly a challenging issue on which we have, I think, probably stark differences in how we view this, I appreciate the civility. I appreciate the willingness of all sides to hear the debate. Just for purposes of giving you some direction about what we'd like to do, we have probably about a dozen more amendments. I'm hoping to move it quickly. I know we're due back on the floor by 10. Hopefully, within 20 minutes or so, we can dispense at least of our amendments. So just to, I think, rather than belaboring it much longer, I think we could go much longer, but I frankly am too cold to even barely talk, so.
Turn the heat down.
But I really do appreciate the conversation tonight, and so I wanted to thank you and thank the members.
Thank you very much. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Without
HR.
objection, for the reading, the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma.
I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of this amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2022, a federal court in Arizona barred armed vigilantes from openly carrying firearms or wearing body armor within 250 yards of a ballot drop box after those vigilantes engaged in a coordinated voter intimidation scheme. It is important, I think, to understand that people are intimidated, that poll workers have faced threats and many fear for their personal safety. It seems to me a reasonable idea to take the court order and think about ways that we can ensure a lack of, or making sure that there is no intimidation of poll workers, nor any intimidation of voters. So this amendment would ban the presence of firearms within 250 yards of any polling place and ensure those voters' safety as well as poll workers. So I'd like to advance that amendment. It does include the same exception for law enforcement officers, so that clearly people who are in law enforcement engaged in their official duties would be exempt from this, and I would encourage my colleagues to support the amendment. I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Griffith is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just taking a look at the language, and it looks like to me the exception for law enforcement officers has an and, not an or. So a law enforcement officer who gets off from work and goes to the polling place, if he's not there in his capacity as a law enforcement officer and he has a gun, this would make him in violation of that law and subject to a civil penalty, if I read it correctly. I could be wrong, but I just think we're going to end up with people being charged who are just coming to the polls innocently. A lot of folks in my district, carry a weapon in their vehicle. Many of them carry it on their bodies at all time. They're licensed by the state of Virginia to do that, and I just think we're going a little too far with this. But I do notice that and it looks like to me that a law enforcement officer who gets off duty and is not there in his capacity as a law enforcement officer would be in violation as written.
Well, and I would offer, if I may,
Does the gentleman yield?
I'm sorry.
I yield it back, or I can yield to the individual, either one.
Just to say that I'm perfectly happy to make a clarifying amendment if that would gain the gentleperson's support.
It would not, but I appreciate the
Well, I
offer.
can't say I didn't offer. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Further debate. Mr. Loudermilk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Yeah, I also have concerns with this amendment because it would circumvent a lot of state laws. In the state of Georgia, there are people that are recognized by law enforcement with the ability to carry weapons in the same areas that law enforcement are as well. They're special security officers that are private or private investigators or executive protection officials. And so the state of Georgia has actually granted them the ability to carry a firearm, including judges as well. Judges are allowed to carry firearms at any place that a commissioned law enforcement officer is allowed to carry. So this would circumvent a lot of state laws, and I have jurisdictional or germaneness concerns about this as well, but I do object to this amendment.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing as the woman insists, does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma insist on her point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman. This is not germane due to being within the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee. The Second Amendment protects firearm ownership and falls within the judiciary's jurisdiction as a civil liberties issue.
The chair agrees the amendment is not germane.
I would appeal the ruling of the chair.
I move to lay the appeal on the table.
The question is on the motion to table. The motion is not debatable. As many are in favor of the motion of the table to say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair is the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I
Any
move to lay
member-
the appeal on the table.
Ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
Aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk?
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes aye. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Mr. Kilmer? Ms. Torres? Mr. Griffith?
Aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer? No. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Ms. Torres?
Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 8 ayes and 3 noes.
The motion is tabled. The amendment is dispensed with. Does any member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment will be distributed.
So when she comes home, have you ever said, "Here comes the judge, here comes the judge"? Do you remember that?
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the
Without
amendment.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Ms. Bice.
I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Bice reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thousands of children of active duty service members of our armed forces are educated at Department of Defense education activity schools on military bases, both at home and around the globe. Students ranging from kindergarten to high school, who must often upend their lives as their parents are deployed to defend us around the world. In honor of those sacrifices, this amendment provides that children of American members of the armed services make, when they graduate from high school, would receive a flag flown over the United States Capitol, as well as a voter registration form, so that every graduating senior at every Department of Defense education activity would not only receive as a gift for their service, but also give the opportunity to get the forms necessary to register to vote. It's essential we recognize and respect children of our service members, ensure they're able to make their voices heard in our democratic process. I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the amendment by my colleague, something I think we should work towards. I'd love to consider this as a standalone bill. I don't think this is the idea is wrong. I'd love to work on the nuance with you. Maybe there'd be an opportunity. I think at this time, I'm not ready to support this text, but do find the idea interesting and support your interest in the topic. I yield back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma reserve her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
So being, the question is on the amendment from Mr. Morelli. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chairs, the noes have it.
I would ask for a recorded vote.
Roll call vote has been ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Aye. Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Aye. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres?
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 3 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment.
Without
meaning-
objection, the reading of the amendment has been dispensed.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Bice reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that during our many conversations, hearings on the challenges that election officials at the county level across the country face in terms of the shortage of poll workers, that shortage can cause long lines for voters, certainly on Election Day, but can cause many challenges for election officials who are trying to dispense with their duties and make sure that every American has an opportunity to vote. In this amendment, I think is a novel idea to try to address that worker shortage by encouraging through HAVA grants, a program that would encourage wounded warriors and military veterans to become poll workers. So the program would recognize that these individuals have served our country, and many would like to continue to make contributions to American democracy. This is a way to support our troops when they come home, and veterans who struggle to make their ends meet when they come home from service. And so I would urge the adoption of this amendment to create the HAVA grant program and to pass this amendment. With that, I yield.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Lee?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would just note that I believe the subject of poll worker recruiting and training is within the realm of things that are dedicated to our states who have the primary responsibility for administering our elections. And so for that reason, I would not support this amendment and would leave to our state and local election officials the task of identifying poll workers for their respective jurisdictions. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? This is the gentleman from Oklahoma. Reserve a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The question is now on the amendment from the gentleman from New York. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those in favor opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chairs, I didn't even hear any ayes. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested. Well, my ears could be deceiving me in these late hours, Ms. Bice, but I did not hear it. A roll call vote has been ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk?
No.
Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Ms. Bice? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Aye. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Torres?
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 3 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Do any members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. It is 9 o'clock.
How many total is this so far?
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment
Without
to-
objection, without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman from Oklahoma reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the common refrains we hear is that we need to continue to support our troops and honor those who have sacrificed for this amazing democracy. This amendment does just that. We should not forget the many sacrifices that relatives of military personnel make for support of those individuals who are war fighters, to ensure that they can participate in the democracy that they love, that their loved ones are fighting for. Family members should not be penalized for their loved one's service or absence while serving. Not extending a guarantee of residency to family of military personnel would do just that. So this amendment would guarantee the right to participate in elections and make sure that they continue to have their permanent residency while they have family members who are active duty and are serving. So this certainly does fall under our purview because it deals with military veterans or military personnel, and I would like to urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I'll yield back.
Is there further debate? Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Loudermilk is recognized.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the intent of the amendment. However, this is clearly within the state's purview. It's a state's issue, and I will oppose it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, is the gentlewoman.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The question is now on the amendment from the gentleman from New York. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. No. I think I only heard no's. The no's had it again.
I would ask for recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Loudermilk?
No.
Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres?
Does any member wish to change their vote?
Ms. Torres? Ms. Torres votes aye.
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 4 ayes and 8 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee report H.R. 4563 favorably to the House as amended with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question as presented is not in order because the initial question would need to be on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Give me one moment.
We'll give them what happened to the outside. Make sure we know what we're doing.
Pause the parliamentary procedure for a second, so we can win the parliamentary procedure because we got the votes. We're trying to be a total board general.
We have 4 more.
Let's do it. You got 4 more?
4 more, sir.
Hang, you give me 30 seconds here, because maybe we don't need to do all of them. Yeah, let's cut to the chase here.
So we can go through these and then move to the.
Which one's, wait,
Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my motion.
the last two?
No, don't do that. No, absolutely not.
We're gonna with a friendly adjustment to the gentlewoman from Florida and our colleagues, we're going to read. There's a few more amendments we're going to do in short order, and then quickly move on to final consideration of the amendment in nature of substitute and then the underlying bill, which should give us a brief break prior to a long floor series tonight.
30 and then 20.
So we're gonna pause here in place for just a moment.
Yeah, just do the last two. Thank you. Yeah, we'll cut the other 4 out.
Guys, we're grown up, we're adults, why are we doing this stupid stuff?
I gotta go warm up somewhere. I'm ready when you are. Are you?
Ready.
Yeah.
Does any member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without
substitute.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman from Oklahoma reserves a point of order. Mr. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I note that the bill in question prohibits third-party funding for the administration of our elections. And I note that during the 2020 election, third-party funding was used for, among other things, purchasing PPE during a global pandemic. But an essential part of our elections administration is a post-election work, including audits. So to ensure consistency with the bill that you've advanced, this amendment would include a prohibition on third-party funding for conducting post-election audits of the results of an election or the examination of the voting and non-voting equipment used in the administration of the election. If we're going to prohibit third-party and individual contributions to the work of county boards of elections across the country prior to the election, seems to me fairness dictates that we stop those third parties also from contributing and participating in post-election activities as well. So common sense amendment, I think it makes it consistent with the provisions of the bill that the Republican side has advanced, and so I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Is there further, gentleman yields back?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment. I think that the distinction here is the concern is the conduct of the election itself. As my friend from Florida often reminds us all, elections are inherently partisan. The operations of the election should be nonpartisan. This gets into a discussion of how you do the review and analysis after the fact, not the conduct and analysis of the election. Appreciate the general idea, but I think at this time I'll be voting no. Happy to explore this concept further as it was just presented moments ago. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Sewell?
I move to strike the last word.
Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to yield to Ranking Member Morelli.
While yes, the lead up in elections may be and are by nature partisan, the counting of votes and the auditing and making sure the equipment functions, all that can be viewed from a partisan lens as well. And simply ensuring that if we're going to take the position and we're going to establish as a principle not allowing third parties to participate in the preparation of election materials or helping poll workers with equipment that might be provided during a global pandemic, then it seems to me that principle should apply post-election as well. So I think this is entirely fair. It's above board, and what's good prior to an election should also hold and should be good post-election. With that, I'll yield back and thank Ms. Sewell.
Will the gentleman,
Yes.
Ms. Sewell, will you yield to me for 30 seconds?
I yield to the chairman.
Just to the ranking member, I think it's a novel approach. I just have not had more than a few minutes to review it. It's something I'd be more than willing to consider and work with you as a standalone piece of legislation. I don't know that it's required inside the ACE Act for the work that we're doing here, but something I would be open to further explore with you. I yield back to you, Ms. Sewell.
I yield my remainder of my time back to you.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further discussion of the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
If not, the question is on the amendment from Mr. Morelli. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of chairs and noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Does any member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have one final amendment at the desk.
Amen. Alleluia. The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Bice reserves a point of order. Ms. Morelli is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would add to the findings section of the bill that contrary to the illegal and corrupt efforts undertaken by former President Trump after the 2020 presidential election, states are not permitted to submit false slates of electors in an effort to overturn the will of the people. It has been the hallmark of American democracy, the peaceful transfer of power, which first began with the election where Thomas Jefferson defeated John Adams in the election of 1800, if my memory serves, or if my memory of history serves. In that time forward, we have always had a peaceful transfer of power. People who lose acknowledge they lose, winners go on. After the 2020 election, then President Trump and his team planned, directed, and coordinated a scheme to create false electoral slates, transmit those slates to Congress and the National Archives. This was a critical element of a scheme to use the Justice Department to try and overturn the election. It is the first time in American history that happened. I think it is important for us, as we're considering a significant change in election law, to remember that, to make sure that it's part of the findings section of this bill. The Trump team has publicly suggested these alternative slates were to preserve his options if the courts vindicated their baseless legal challenges. And in private, they pursued the false alternative slates in an attempt to pressure the vice president to overturn the election, which, to the vice president's credit, he ultimately made the decision that he would not go along with the attempts by the former president. These efforts clearly are outrageous. I think the American people have every reason to be incredibly troubled by them. They have worked at undermining the confidence of Americans in our elections, along with the entire democratic system. And I believe firmly, and I think many people would agree, that if we do not have the right to vote, if Americans cannot be persuaded that when their vote is cast, it is counted, and that the winners win and the losers come back potentially in future elections. But, you know, I learned a lot of lessons as a kid, most of them on a ball field. My father would say, you know, if you win, don't gloat. You win and you do it respectfully. If you lose, you accept that. And that has been the hallmark, as I said, of American democracy and the peaceful transfer of power. And for the first time in nearly 250 years, that was challenged dramatically in 2020. This amendment should be in the findings. I think we should all stand together to make sure that anyone who attempts this will face not only the consequence of that, but that Congress will stand up and make known our strong opposition to anything that impairs the right of the peaceful transfer of power. And with that, I urge adoption of the amendment and yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Griffiths recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this amendment creates some interesting issues. And the first one that jumps out is, Who decides, how do you know what is a false slate of electors? And I started off earlier this evening when I first was able to get here from my other markup, talking about the Tilden-Hayes affair, where Samuel J. Tilden and Rutherford B. Hayes' election in 1876 was called into question. There were 2 states where there were 2 sets of electors sent by the states, and what happened was Tilden didn't show up with his electors to contest the Republican electors. The Democrat electors weren't put into place, and so they didn't have a controversy, and that's where this whole idea that I talked about earlier that some kind of a deal was made. We don't have the actual documentation of that, but it raises that question as to who's making that decision. And if you have competing slates, and in every state you have competing slates, you have the Party A and Party B, and maybe in some states you have a third slate for the Green Party may have a slate of electors. Different states have, some of them vote by congressional districts, some of them have different ways of doing it. The bottom line is, how do you make a decision? And that's really where it comes back to Congress making that decision. And that's why you had the framework, I believe, with the Electoral College, and then it has to come to Congress, and Congress makes that decision. And so I think that to say that states are not permitted, what's the punishment if they do? I don't know. I mean, when you end up with competing slates in an area where there's a legitimate contest, and we could disagree state by state as to what was legitimate and what wasn't legitimate in 2020, but looking forward, if we're going to do something like this, it needs to be more than a paragraph, and it needs to be very, very clear as to what the rules are, because we're going to have more problems as a result of this. I think we're creating more problems than we're solving by far, and I think we're creating constitutional questions that we haven't even envisioned yet in this discussion. So I would hope that everybody would vote no. If we want to have hearings on this particular subject and try to sort out something, I think it's going to have to be a lot more complicated than a single paragraph. That's something we'll have to decide as we go further. I'm not agreeing that we should. I'm just saying it raises all kinds of interesting legal issues in my mind, and I think tonight the answer needs to be no.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The question is then on the amendment from Mr. Morelli, believed to be the final amendment of our evening. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. The opinion of the chair is the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Does any other member seek recognition? If not, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor vote aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair is the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Ms. Lee?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee report H.R. 4563 favorably to the House as amended, with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question is on the motion offered by Representative Lee of Florida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Recorded vote has been requested. Roll call vote is ordered, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Stile?
Aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Aye. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Aye. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Bice? Aye. Ms. Bice votes aye. Mr. Carey? Aye. Mr. Carey votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito? Aye. Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee? Aye. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Sewell? No. Ms. Sewell votes no. Mr. Kilmer? No. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Ms. Torres? No. Ms. Torres votes no.
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 8 ayes and 4 noes.
The motion is agreed to. This concludes the order of business for today's meeting. Pursuant to House Rule 9, Clause 2L, members will have the requisite period to file with the clerk of the committee supplemental, additional, minority, and dissenting views. I assume that's your preference, Mr. Morelli?
Yeah, I have no objection, Mr. Chairman. I also want to use the opportunity, if I might, to thank the hardworking staffs on both sides, and also the Office of Legislative Counsel, particularly Noah Woofsy, Parker Johnson, as well as the hard work. of always smiling County Clerk, or Committee Clerk Hillary Lassiter, and I want to thank them for their hard work as well. I'll yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
I-
have a word. May I have a
And
word?
Deputy Clerk William Johnson, I forgot William. I don't want to do that. Sorry.
A point of order?
Put a lot of steps in.
Point of order?
The
Just
gentleman has a point of order.
personal privilege, actually. My applause goes to the Democratic staff that literally must have sat around with a keg of beer and thought of everything possible that we could vote on. Thank you.
Trust me, we had more.
Listen, that is not a successful point of order. I will also say we appreciate all the work of the staff and the members today. Long day, long night ahead of us yet. I will finalize with saying, also without objection, committee staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes. If there's no further business, I want to thank the members for their participation. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.